Well, good evening, everybody. It's your host with the most, Sergeant Friday. Wait, I turn the volume down on YouTube, or I get the feedback. We'll get to that shortly, Peggy Sue. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to do an intro of some kind on these streams. Something that I say, and I'm pretty passionate about it, that I'm in no way, shape, or form accusing anybody of committing any wrongdoing or crimes. I'm not trying to figure out who did this. I'm also not out here trying to exonerate Bryan Kohberger. I'm out here with the hopes of understanding what's been released to us as the public and seeing if there could be sense made of such confusion and chaos and such misleading statements and outright lies that were made to the public in the pursuit of obtaining the arrest warrant and the eventual plea deal of Bryan Kohberger. So I want people to realize that I won't talk about Aryan Nation involvement or drug dealers or frats or any of those ancillary theories, because they're no more conclusive than what we're seeing with what they did to Bryan. And so I don't think it's fair, mostly to the victims, to run down those rabbit holes, but I think to ourselves as well. I mean, how do we separate ourselves from the nonsense that was handed out to the public in this case? And how do we say we stand separate from mainstream media if we're going to create our own conclusions with as little bit of evidence as they have that they used against Bryan? Right? So, well, there you go. Welcome, Pamela Smith. So, if true about blood cast off from the pooch, who bathed them? And the question of who is really beyond our capacity to answer. But the question of whether the dog was washed or not, the question of is the cast off explainable? Is the diluted cast off explainable by a dog shaking? And in my humble opinion, that makes more sense than what you're seeing in these police photographs of the diluted cast off. Because cast off, folks, is a pattern. It's not individual drops of blood spread out across an open area. It's a swinging object in motion, as the expert for the state makes the statement. But an object in motion will draw almost a straight line from its point of origin. It's almost impossible for cast off to simply be randomly spread across 3, 4, or 5 walls with nothing other than the individual droplets in those areas. In other words, there would be a pattern. If you get your hand wet and shake your hand, you're going to see a pattern of cast off. That pattern of cast off is multiple blood splatters and motion. And you don't see that with these cast off marks, or that they're calling them cast off. But I think that when they use the term diluted blood stains and cast off, that we're accepting something that doesn't make sense. And I'm not a blood expert, but I am a common sense expert. And you're not going to get your hand wet and shake it and not have a line of water, whether it be from the ceiling down the wall and onto the floor. There's going to be a consistency between the droplets and the motion of your hand. So if you now apply that to a knife, there is not going to be, I mean, what did this person do? Were they dancing with the knife? Well, I mean, I can't even imagine how cast off in so many different locations of single source, and not single source, that's the wrong word. Single droplets of cast off in a random pattern, to me, is a big problem. What's up there, Thomas Sharp? Pamela Smith, Brandy J, number 8. So we don't know how this diluted blood was spread across that crime scene. And in an attempt to understand it, our good friend Miss Potts shared the suggestion that it could be cast off from a dog shaking, which would explain the pattern that you're seeing, which is random. Because when a dog shakes, right, it goes everywhere. You ever have a dog shaking something go up your nose? I mean, what the hell is that? It hits you in the head. It hits you in the feet. Doesn't hit you in the stomach. When a dog shakes, the cast-off pattern is random. When you look at the crime scene photos, it's random. And the most amazing thing about the randomness of it is it's all Kaylee and Maddie's diluted blood that was cast off. I mean, I don't know that anybody would disagree. I think if you presented this to a jury, look at that, 12 gauge, you're still alive and kicking. I can't believe it. My God, look at that. I haven't seen you in so long. I don't even know how long is. What up? 12 gauge. So I think that analysis that Miss Potts makes and the photographs of the diluted blood, I don't think a jury would argue in disagreement with that particular analysis. And she's no expert, but again, sometimes the best tool an expert has in their box is common sense. And when you have one expert that seems to have no common sense, the Sutton woman, then you've got answers that absolutely make no sense, because to make any sense at all, something common has to be included. You know, it's interesting that Kaylee, or not Kaylee, that Zana and Ethan's blood in that room is found in the common areas, but not as cast off. There's a drip of blood on a molding. There's some on the door. There's some on the wall at shoulder height, and there's Ethan's going down the stairway. There's also Ethan's blood underneath the White Claw 6-pack that's dry, and the White Claw 6-pack was set on top of it. We established in the Devil's Advocate stream, shout out to Lee, that in fact the White Claw was there the whole time. In other words, the police didn't move it out of their way and set it on the half wall. That was there from the moment he went in. No, the diluted cast off can't be argued that he wiped it off. There's too many random locations for that to be cast off, 12 gauge. It doesn't fit what cast off is. Cast off is a blood pattern from something in motion. And something in motion is not going to spread out. It's going to go in a straight line. All right? Or a pattern. A close, tight pattern, like if you shoot a buckshot, a shotgun with buckshot, you got a closed pattern. It could be a 3-foot wide pattern, but it's consistent. None of the cast off DNA, as they're claiming is cast off, in the common area is consistent with any kind of movement of a person with a weapon. It's too spread out. It's on too many different walls and too many different surfaces individually. You don't have Katie, and one Maddie. You got a combination of Callie and Maddie here. You got it over there. You got it over there. You got it over there. It's spread out. That's a problem. That's a problem to explain. And it's a problem to understand if you put your mind to it. How many times did this person shake this knife? You see, your explanation is perfectly, completely, honestly accurate. The killer could have wiped the knife. The killer could have rinsed the knife off. You're 100% right. 100%. But how do you account for the distance between all this cast off? The single droplets of cast off, not a cast off pattern at all. Randomness. You can't, no matter how you try, you can't make that make sense. What do? Go around the house flicking the knife, different places, walk down the staircase, flick the knife, then walk back up into the living room, flick the knife. It makes no sense, 12 gauge. It's a nonsensical description of what we're actually looking at in the photographs. The photographs are very clear in what we're seeing. We're seeing diluted blood. Diluted blood that the so-called expert, okay, has claimed could be the cause of Maddie's saliva. Or not Maddie's, Zana's saliva. And if you want to accept that, fine. But then here's the question that needs to be answered. If her saliva caused the dilution of all of these random blood stains, Why is it they can say the primary contributor, Kaylee Goncalves, minor contributor, Maddie Mogan? Where's Xana? I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me my snot and my spit diluted random blood drops and not find my DNA in my saliva or my spit or my snot. You just can't do it. You would have to see a combination of Xana mixed in with Kaylee and Maddie if her spit was the cause of the dilution of Kaylee and Maddie's blood. Because that's the only blood we're seeing primarily in the second area is diluted. Diluted cast off. And listen, they don't explain it because they don't want to get into the explanation. Because to get into the explanation leads you down a road they don't want you to walk down. Becky, no, you missed nothing at all, really. We've only been in here a few minutes. As a matter of fact, we've been in here 10 minutes, but only 4 or 5 minutes have been actual discussion. So when it comes to what they've shown the public and the arguments that they've put to describe that crime scene, they don't fit. Their own expert gives an explanation to the dilution. Kiss me where I pee. I sent to you, Sarge. I don't know what you sent to me. The crime scene photo from Maddie's room. Hang on. Where did you send it? On Discord? Let me open up my Discord. In a little while, I'm going to put a link in. So if someone wants to come up, have a discussion, I don't object to that at all. Let me see here. Copy. All right. Paste. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Yeah, if you can guys hit the like, but again, you guys know I don't. The only reason I like to get likes is so that I get put out in the algorithm. I don't collect or make any revenue from this, and rest assured I have no intent in doing that. If you all make me famous as hell, well, then I have to reconsider. ISP crime scene batch number 4, photo 1854. It looks like just a blank. Oh, there's blood on that. What is that? Kiss me. Kiss me. What is that? It looks like a chrome frame with a drop of blood on it. Is that what you were showing me? And if so, can you explain what it means? Yeah, that's all I'm getting on mine. ISP crime scene batch number 4, photo 1854. What are you showing me there? The blood looks diluted. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, but let me look. And where was that found? It looks like it could be diluted, but I think that blood looks diluted to what it landed on. Water behind the blood drop. I see them. Give them time to text it, sir. No, she already sent it, so I've got it. Who's in there? They sent it to my Discord, so I got it very, very quickly. The devil's advocate stuff keeps coming up there. I tried to mark as red. Let me do that. So I'll keep my Discord open on for anybody who wants to send something. And I did put a link. I don't know if you're still in here if you bailed 12 gauge, but whichever way, there's a link there. If you wanted to click it and come in, that's fine. Same with anyone in the chat room. So let me get back to the quagmire of all this blood. And the randomness of it is what is disturbing. And the other thing that's very disturbing about it is that none of the two crime scenes are mixed. And we know for a fact that they can determine multiple sources of DNA from a single sample, as they often portray Kaylee major contributor, Maddie minor contributor. So they absolutely have the capacity to not just identify the blood, because of course they have samples of the poor victims. So that gives them capacity to identify the sample, but they also have the identity. They also have the capacity to identify mixed samples of blood. Where'd the picture frame come from there, Kiss Me? Is that in the common area? Let me think here. Where is this? Go back up in here. There it is. Yeah, it is a picture frame. It's blank. They blanked out with the images. Where did the picture frame come from? Do we know? Okay. Is it a bedroom or is it the common area? It's from Maddie's room. Okay. And they say there's no diluted blood in Maddie's room. I think that blood landed on something that was on that mirror or that picture frame. Let's call it a picture frame, right? And so I don't think what you're looking at is a diluted blood drop after a landing diluted drop. I think what you're looking at is there's spots all over that mirror when you look at that frame. She's showing me a clear frame, or I'm sorry, a chrome colored frame, a picture frame. You know, and there's all kinds of spots and dirts and smudges all over it with what looks to be a blood spot on the very center of the bottom. And reaction, replay, pin message, bookmark. Yeah, I don't even know how to drag that off of Discord. In all fairness, Kiss Me, I apologize. But it doesn't look like a diluted blood stain to me. It looks like it landed in whatever was on that mirror frame. I keep calling it a mirror frame. Folks, this is a picture frame. It's probably 6x9. You would set it on a table with a single photograph of maybe your husband or boyfriend or kids in it. And it stands upright, so it's narrow in its width, but it's longer than the width. And it's chrome and its color, so it's a modern frame. And in the very center of the bottom of this frame, there's a red spot. That may be blood, no doubt about it. But when you look at the frame, Kiss Me, the frame looks like somebody popped pimples on it. That's why I keep calling it a mirror. They should all be fired. So you're going to send me the link. So I'll hold tight for the link. What else? Yeah, and you know, there's so much more to the crime scene that doesn't make any sense. When you go out the back sliding glass door, there's a set of footprints going to the left and going to the right in the snow. There's a clear mode of travel in two different directions. So how did and they're both leaving the crime scene. It's not like one is coming in and one is going out. And even if it were one coming in, one going out, regardless of the direction of travel, the problem is that one set goes the completely wrong way. They didn't test the hallway floor from what we can see and what they've released. And I agree with you on that. I see that they tested deep in the bedroom of Dylan. But I don't see the hallway, the kitchen, the living room, the staircase. Why wasn't the staircase tested? Yeah, it's just tragic that they didn't do a better crime scene investigation. And not even better. They didn't do a thorough, organized, professional crime scene investigation in this case. They just let every Tom, Dick, and Harry go into that home because they had a badge. And that's just not how you properly conduct police investigations. I mean, you can even, you can get that from TV shows, for God's sakes. That is what I agree. No, I don't know that they knew better, in all fairness. I don't think they knew better. If they did, it was a distant memory. Let's put it that way. It wasn't a conscious memory. They all wanted to see, just like any rubbernecker in the world, they all wanted to see. Right? That's what this game comes down to. Their presence moving through that house because they wanted to see. They weren't moving through that house to investigate. They didn't have the proper people on scene until that evening. Until after 5 p.m. that evening, if I'm not mistaken. They called in the Idaho State Police, their forensic unit. So, the crime scene is corrupted. The crime scene is tore up from the floor up. And the images that they supplied. I was in Lee from Devil's Advocate earlier. I have to scroll. Oh, Google Drive. Okay, let's see what she's giving me. 1854. Well, okay, let's see how this works. Maybe the numbers are going to be self-explanatory. I'm in the 2200, batch 4. So there's lots of them. Hang on. I'm scrolling, folks, so looking for 1854. I don't know if source file. I keep seeing 220030. I mean, how far down is 1854 going to be? That I don't know if that was helpful what you did. To photo number 1854, but there's no. There. Oh wow. Wait, maybe there is. Yeah. 1830, 1831. Hang on, I figured it out. I figured it out, I think. 1854. Yeah, that's in Maddie's room. Yeah, that looks like a drop of blood on that. But I think I have to download it. Let me see here. What do I do here? What do I do? You got me doing computer stuff here. I ought to give you a kick. Anyway, I've got all the crime scene photos now, which is good because then I can sort through them. But I'm not going to spend my time trying to sort through that now. Yeah, the picture that you showed me in that grouping of pictures is the same picture that shows up on Discord, and it's a chrome picture frame, and there's about the head of a needle. So if you guys had a pin, right? The head of a pin is about the size of that drop. And it does look like blood in that picture frame, no doubt about it. And that's in Maddie's room where the murders occurred. So it's not surprising that it's there, but I don't I don't think that that's a diluted sample. I think that's a sample of blood that hit a dirty picture frame. Looks like someone sneezed on the damn thing. It's kind of gross. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a mess. That was a picture, not a mirror, right? Yeah, no, I don't doubt it, but I think that picture frame was contaminated long before the blood ever met it. Are you seeing all the mess on that picture frame, Kiss Me? Dear God. That's why I thought it was a mirror, because it reminds me somebody might have popped pimples in that mirror. It's gross. Ew. Yeah, it's a picture frame, but I'm just saying, you do see how it's all fucked up in the chrome and spots all over it, smears on it, gross. Yeah, you got human oil on it, you got whatever. That's disgusting. Nonetheless, back to the crime scene. So the footprints leading out the back show two different sets of prints, and regardless of the direction they go in, I suspect they're going away from the home. And they're different shoes. So you have two sets of shoe prints leaving the house from the back, both going in different directions. One of them is heading towards the rear parking lot of the apartments behind them where they claim Kohberger parked. And the other set is going towards Kaylee's ex-boyfriend's home from the back door. That would be going east towards his house. The other ones are going west towards the neighboring apartment. I don't know about the smiley face thing. I haven't looked through all those pictures. I'm glad she sent those to me. I don't, I haven't looked through these photos, but I think it's rather hard to suspect the cops drew a smiley face in the blood. To be very fair, I don't know that would be my conclusion on that, but it is what it is. What up there, Linda? It's 1957. Welcome. It's Big Amish Media. Welcome. Thomas Sharp, I already called you out there. Miss Mama Kins, welcome. The smiley faces with the French fries. Oh, okay. Or she spelled out her name in the blood. Oh, that would be, oh my God, imagine if she did that. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen that in movies. I don't know how real. Yeah, that's just crazy. Oh, no, I can't even imagine these victims going through this attack. It's, I hate to say it, but I'd rather take a bullet to the head and go out 1, 2, 3, gone, than have to endure what these young individuals had to endure. What up, Just Me, 67? I mean, that struggle for poor Zaina. And I'll tell you, we were looking at the body cam, a Nunez body cam, and there's some things in that body cam. Well, ignoring the fact that the cops are just all over the place, but there's things that are clearly moved from the initial officer on the scene moving through that property to what you see later in crime scene photos. There was a potty pad or a pee pad on the arm of the couch. That couch originally, and not only was there a pee pad, there was a pillow with a snowflake on the arm of the couch and a bag of chips on the cushion of the couch. Well, that was not what it was like when they entered that property originally. Originally, the pillow was on the end table, the chips was on the arm of the couch, and there was no pee pad on the couch or anywhere in that bottom area. And later on, the crime scene photographs come in. And again, this proves to you that the police on the scene disturbed that crime scene. They trampled that fucking thing. You're right. That guy that pretended to be a fake ATF agent, he should have been, for impersonating a federal officer, he should have been put in cuffs and arrested. The guy could have been part of the crime for all we know. I mean, these people are just idiots. And that crime scene was so contaminated that, I'm telling you, if someone shit in your taco, it wouldn't be as bad. Ew. But I'm just giving you a comparison, right? I mean, I have to say, I may be, in all fairness, the only American that's never gone to Taco Bell. I just can't do it. The whole slogan, run for the border. No, run the other way, assholes. Stay home. That's the kind of fucked up I am. Yeah, I never did that. But I'm just saying, that crime scene is worse than if they shit in your taco. They disturbed everything. They rearranged everything. They trampled down everything. There's a solo cup in the doorway between the kitchen and the common area. That gets moved. It's just crazy. The White Claw. This was another point that was important. The White Claw beer was set on top of a dried blood stain that happened to belong to Ethan. Okay? A drop of blood. Man, I'm telling you, that whole crime scene screams they left out that front door. Not to imagine or even add, but if you want to add to that, the evidence so supports people left the front of that house through that front door. And it's a knockout punch when you get testimony from a neighbor that door was open from at least 9 a.m. forward to almost 11 a.m., if not 11 a.m. That front door was wide open the whole time. He didn't see who opened it, nor did he ever see who closed it. But Mr. Hunter goes out of his way to say he entered the code to enter that property. So we know that by 11:58 a.m. on November 13, 2022, that front door was then closed. There's just so much evidence showing a different exit. And as a matter of fact, what can be read from what we see, 2 different pairs of tracks out the backyard and the front door being left open and all the contamination from both Ethan and Xana, which is important that the majority contributor to the front door argument are who they claim were the last 2 victims. That's kind of crazy to not suggest that the front door wasn't used. And if they have to admit the front door was used, then their problem with Dylan, you can then understand why Dylan's statements turned into what they are. They had a need for one person who have committed this crime. They had a need to show evidence to support one person committed this crime while ignoring all the evidence that said, no, you people are wrong. The truth is multiple perpetrators were in this crime. Multiple perpetrators. But they didn't present that at all. They ignored that. Right from the very beginning. Exactly. I agree with you, Big Amish. I haven't seen anything or any text message or any solid document that shows that vandal alert came out at 11:22. Just be aware. I know some of these people are having a hard time and they're telling different times in their interviews. I don't really hold them to exactness in what they're suggesting the times may be. I just don't know that that's true. I mean, WSU Kim said as early as 10 o'clock, people knew what happened in that house. Others, and now you're saying that 11:22 before the call, there was an alert put out. But where's the data to support that? I think something from WSU, there is support from some of the witnesses, but I'm not so sure that they're. I think that they're unreliable in the recollection of their times, and I think you could forgive the unexactness of what they're sharing, but I find it rather difficult for the exactness that Dylan shares, and I want you to draw the distinction, folks. That Dylan, although says around 4 a.m., sticks with that without any ambiguity. We also know she added something to her phone at 3:51 a.m. She added a contact. We even know who the contact is. Which, with irony, happens to be the same time that the DoorDash driver is walking down Queen or King Road with her flashlight at 3:51 a.m. The same time Dylan's adding a contact to her phone at 3:51 a.m. That's a bit coincidental. There's so many of these coincidences. Dylan seems to be the only one that knows the time frame. And everything was built to support this time frame. Everything, folks. She claims it's because of the text to Bethany Funk. And she wasn't referring to them earlier. I think her earlier statements were she went to sleep, but then they downloaded her phones and now she knows her phone was in use. But she's pretty stuck with the 4 o'clock, whether she can argue with that or not. But no one else, I don't take anyone else's, I don't even take her word on the time of the crime, but it is what it is. You have to take it at face value. But it just seems that she's so sure of some things. But why has she ever said, I don't know if it was 4 o'clock. It could have been 2 o'clock. I'm not so sure. I'm confused. I might have been dreaming. I'm not lying to you, but I'm not sure if I don't remember her going into that description when she starts talking about what happened that night, who she heard, what she heard, when she heard. It's just crazy, that girl. I don't know. Yeah, and whether these girls are involved or not, who's to say? Although the circumstantial evidence does make you want to question everything those two did or didn't do. And the circumstantial evidence is really their own statements that they put forward. That's really what you see here. Their statements are the ones that cause us to question exactly what was said, because what they say doesn't seem to even add up to anything. How could you not know? How could you not know? I don't believe, I believe some of the things she says. Listen, every lie must cover a truth. You can't lie without covering a truth. There is truth to what she's covering with her lies. Somewhere buried in there is a truth. I don't know how you could drag the full truth out of there, but some truths make more sense when you look at the crime scene from a different point of view. When you look at multiple perpetrators in that crime scene, maybe even separate times of attacks. Maybe even separate times of attacks. There may, in fact, have been an attack between 2:27 and forward, and another attack between 4:07 and 4:20. I mean, that's something we really have never discussed. We're being told that this all happened in one time. We're listening to audio and video that suggest something happened earlier. Let's go with this for a minute. But does that mean that what happened earlier has to have included all 4 of the victims? We're finding a White Claw, a box of White Claw on top of Ethan's dried blood that did not transfer to the 6-pack of White Claw. How did the White Claw get on top of his blood? We know Maddie are the one that brought the White Claw to the house. It's highly probable, even highly possible and likely probable that there were 2 attacks that night, 2 targeted attacks on these 4 individuals. Reasons unknown. And they happened at different times. Yeah, there's a lot of rumors out there. I'm not going to lay this at the feet of anyone. I'm just proposing what information you can derive from the data that we have. I don't think there's any solid piece of evidence that says that it had to be all 4 people were killed at the same time. I just don't see it. There isn't any evidence that makes that unrefutable. That's the assessment of the investigators, and we know. I mean, we safely know. If you guys don't mind to hit like, I'd appreciate it so that this gets in the algorithm. By you guys hitting like, I make nothing from it. I want you to be clear. But by you guys hitting like, my stream enters the algorithm. And so people that have never seen this stream and people that do see this stream but don't get notified are able to see the stream in their selections. So if you guys can hit like 100 likes, brings the stream into the algorithm, and that's what I'd like to see happen. Not for personal revenue or anything like that. I have enough money. As a matter of fact, I checked the other day, according to what is considered wealthy in the United States, and apparently I'm considered one of the wealthy people in the country. Not one of the wealthiest, but one of the people that you would consider wealthy. I didn't know that. Somebody mentioned that to me the other day, and I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. And then I asked and looked up how much net worth is considered wealthy. And I'm like, oh shit, I guess I am wealthy. What up, Indie Zone? Get your ass in here, Indie Zone. Man, that's what I forgot to do at the end of the stream was invite you up here because I wanted to invite you up here. If I get YouTube famous, I'm going to do it on my own dime. I promise you that. But I think some of the discussions, although I do get into my rants and I do get a little wackadoodle, for the most part, I think I bring a different perspective, one that stays away from trying to name names and blame people. Or I don't disagree with a lot of people's conception that there's corruption here. I think my definition of corruption is slightly different than what I think a lot of people are interpreting corruption. But I think your interpretation of corruption, my interpretation of corruption are both accurate. How they apply to this case could be debated. I don't know. But Kathy, don't not come up here. I'll have to beat you with a stick. With a stick. Jalapeno on a stick. Where the hell are you? I don't see you in the back room. Don't make me chase you down. 2026 will be your last year. Tacos at Taco Bell are corrupted. There she is. Welcome to the Sergeant Friday show.
Hey, Sarge. Long time no speak.
Well, where you been all this time?
Oh gosh, I've been researching this Kohberger versus Idaho case. We had a big development today that Kohberger is getting his transcript, and we're anticipating that the next event is going to be the amended petition for post-conviction relief with all the bells and whistles that we're expecting to see. And we'll see what Judge Hippler does, if he's going to grant him a hearing or not. But
I think he's going to have to. If 10% of what Ray said is true, they're not going to just have to grant him a hearing. They're going to have to grant him a trial.
Well, that's ultimately, you're right, Sarge. That's ultimately what Mr. Kohberger is looking for. He's not saying, hey, I want you to drop all charges. I want to be set free from the Idaho Department of Corrections. He said to them, point blank, bring on the DP. I want a trial. I was coerced into signing this guilty plea. I am an innocent person, and I would like to have my day in court. That's what he wants.
Right.
Yeah.
Stating that his parents told him they never even heard of him, never saw that report. That's wild.
I know. It just, over the years, I've been a follower of true crime for a very, very long time. And you see these petitions for Pamela Smart has another petition for post-conviction relief right now. The real life to die for case up in New Hampshire, Sarge. I don't know if you heard about that.
No.
Where she got involved with the 15-year-old student who killed her husband, and she was deemed to be the man of her mind. But you don't see these types of allegations that it's not just that the deal was brought to him. It's that he was, just pounded over his head, bring the family in. She really wanted him to plead guilty. And that's usually not how things are done. And then, look, there's two sides to every story. We have to hear from Ann Taylor for sure. But
I want to go on the record and say that I think Whitcomb is mistaken, or Turvey, when they say Ann had an inappropriate relationship with Bryan. I think that the inappropriate relationship was Ann and Ray.
Sergeant Friday, you and I are in agreement on that one.
I think that that's where the inappropriate behavior took place. Whether there was any intimacy or not, I'm not alleging, but I think their interactions went deeper than they needed to be for a guy that does numbers on cellular fucking data.
Exactly. He just, that's the suspicion I get from having looked at the case and reported on it now for over 3.5 years, that he just seemed as though he was involved in way too much. He was
way too much, and he leaked. And I'm going to say he's the leaker, in my opinion, based on his appearances publicly. Those public appearances convinced me that he's the leaker. I said that the first minute I saw him on a show. I was with Dago. I go, this guy's the leaker. Dago goes, you think? I go, yeah. Why would he leak? I don't know. But now we know why. He has the motive. That guy was guilty from the beginning in his mind.
He was. Do you think it was a plant? Do you think he from the beginning he saw, hey, this is going to be my opportunity?
No. I don't know that I don't want to go dive deep into a conspiracy like that, because we'll never be able to support that. It's not. All I can say is that his behavior is indicative of somebody that had ulterior motives, somebody that went too far and got too involved, and somebody that leaked and now is trying to cover their ass.
Yeah. Well,
right now we're being told that even Bryan wasn't told who the leaker is, but in fact the leaker was discovered and it's in a sealed file. That's crazy.
Well, as a client, he should have been told. He should know what his attorneys know, because the attorney works for him. The attorney works for him. Every single one of those 16 experts work for him. And if they knew who the leaker was, he should have been told. But what I wanted
who would be more likely to leak than a guy that thought he joined a case with the guy who was already a bad guy? He did it.
Well, let's go back to what Judge Hippler said at this all blew up at the final pretrial conference, May 15th. And you can go on the docket, anyone, check my math, and you'll see there what Hippler said. He said in the document hold orders, where he said, I want everybody's name who had any, secretaries, paralegals, experts, attorneys, anybody who you gave access to this under seal. I want their names. I want their information. He said, paragraph 1, he felt that it was either, and he believed, either a member of the prosecution team or current or former law enforcement. So that got me, and I think a lot of people thinking, okay, who from the prosecution team could it have been? Detective Brett Payne? Could it have been Lawrence Mallory?
Right.
Been this one, that one, the other one. Cy Ray is former law enforcement and describes himself as, when he's saying we, as he's still a member of law enforcement.
No,
not
that's not the you got that out of context. That's not what he said, Kathy.
who.
Cy Ray. He never
No.
said what your people have made that.
Document hold order, paragraph 1. That's who he felt the leaker was. May 15th. Go ahead and look at it. It's on the docket. He said he felt.
Hitler thought it was the prosecution.
That's what Hitler said. Paragraph 1 of the document and
right.
Records hold order of May 15th.
When I said even when that happened, I said that came from that could have come from the defense, and I was in someone's stream when I said these things. I never like. I should keep track of what I say, and I said that because the plea deal was the result of it, and therefore what was Ann? Now we're hearing from Turvey and trying to push him into a plea and using his parents and doing what she was doing. That leak destroyed his chance to win at trial. Right?
It came at such. I mean, you're talking May 15th. They were getting ready to, and Hitler said, I have major, and he's the administrative judge as well as the trier of the law in this case. He directed that there were to be unprecedented numbers of notifications going out to potential jurors. They were going to bring in so many people to make sure to give them the best chance to seat an impartial jury. So, I mean, they were right on that train and then all of a sudden, were you surprised when this plea deal came?
Oh, I was blown away because, listen, I'm an ex-felon. I would have loved if they'd have charged me with this crime. Even if I did it, the shit you're talking wouldn't have got me convicted. It would have got you convicted for talking it. This case is so backwards. Everything is exculpatory to the accused.
Yeah, and he didn't know about it, Sergeant Variety, is what he's. Now, why would he? Here's what people are saying, and it is true. There's two sides to every story. And I, like you, I was floored when I heard that when there were whispers. I think it was broken by Brian Enton, and then it started to spread like wildfire. What case are they talking about? It can't be Idaho versus. No way they're going. She said that her client was innocent. The defense attorney doesn't say that. Massoff did as well.
I don't know that they don't say that.
They don't.
I disagree with that. No, I disagree with that.
They say the evidence isn't there beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Have you ever been part of a RICO case? I'll tell you what. The lawyer that represented a member of my family stood up in court and said that this person was innocent, and so were the others that were already took a plea deal. This guy went on to be a federal judge because of this case. It made his career.
Not state. Well,
this was a state case. This was a state case, a RICO case. Members of my family were indicted for RICO charges, right? Mm-hmm. Gambling, blah, blah, blah. The person that was their lawyer was a state lawyer. Okay. And he went in court and said, this man is innocent. And so are the 5 men you convicted that you got a plea deal on, and we're going to prove it.
That is interesting.
And in the end, that's exactly what happened.
Let's go back to what the events of June, when was it? Around June 30th or something. I was floored because they hid the case. There just didn't seem to be, this was a capital case. It was supposed to be, it's beyond a reasonable doubt, as you know, is a very high evidentiary standard in theory. Mm-hmm. And it just seemed as though this came out of nowhere. And then what got me, Sergeant Friday, what I will never understand in a million years is when Hitler turned to her and said, does the defense, the words to the effect, does the defense have all it needs in terms of discovery? And she kind of a little smirk on her face. She said yes. And that's because she had gone for more than 2.5 years and said prosecution had not turned over discovery. Mm-hmm. And was filing motions to compel and was filing, sanctions down to the motion to adjourn the hearing. They wanted a little bit of time, let's move the trial because of what's happened here. And Hitler said no. And now all of a sudden you're going to come in here and say, within a matter of days, you had a chance to go through every single speck of discovery. They were still having discovery come in. They had discovery coming in as July 9th, a week later, regarding the DoorDash driver, her criminal history, her contacts with Bill Thompson, the G family's request from Bill Thompson regarding, because all of that blew up like in, when was it, May or something, that one of the content creators got the body cam footage of her arrest when she said, "Oh yeah, the Idaho girl student cases. I'm the DoorDash driver."
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, and I saw Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, I remember that.
So it just, there were so many. I still don't understand how that all went down, and I'm very hopeful here with Hitler.
No, but he was convicted in the public. He was never convicted, even in the minds of a reasonable person. Nothing convicts him of that crime. And as a matter of fact, when you get the facts of the arguments that they're making, there's no substantive evidence to support the statement. It's not like, it's almost unreasonably impossible for Brett Payne to say, "I've never heard his DNA was on the knife sheath."
What about the chain of custody? The chain of custody.
Well, but even before that, Kath,
they never even challenged chain of custody. Any other defense attorney in the world, that is the number one piece of evidence, no matter what Josh Hurwitz says. Josh Hurwitz says you take that sheath out, they would still be. I said, with what? With what? It was even Hitler said, when he said, "Oh, your DNA, your client's DNA is at the crime scene, and that's probable cause every day of the week, twice on Sunday." What else were they talking about, Sergeant Friday, but the sheath?
Well, not only that. He's wrong. That's not evidence that he was at the scene of the crime, and he should know better. Worse, it was transfer DNA. But even if it were DNA itself, like a bloodstain somewhere, I mean, that's very, very impugnative to the client. But you still, and that's why all of this rigmarole went on with videos and phone pings and all the distraction, because they cannot place him at the best they can do is tell you we don't know where he was at all.
I mean, I think that's why, I was like, why is Mr. Kohberger's attorney asking for the transcript from sentencing? Because what's going to happen now, I'm pretty sure he's going to file an amended petition.
Of course, he
has to, because what Kohberger filed isn't enough. You got to have all the bells and whistles. You got to have the citations to the case law. You got to have the citation Constitution.
There's also new case law that helps him if he goes to trial. One part of the case law is the cell dump is unconstitutional. You can't dump an entire tower and sort through everybody's phone number looking for one. You can't do that. You have to have a specific number you're looking for in a cell phone tower, a specific identity of an American. You can't just go rake in all the files. That don't work that way. That's just the fourth. I forget what the amendment is. Maybe 6. Your right to privacy.
Illegal search and seizure for
it's an illegal. Absolutely, it's not an illegal search and seizure. It's an unconstitutional search on its face. They had no right to download everybody's data from that tower. None. Same thing with this is the problem with the DNA. The biggest, and she tried getting it across, but she's an idiot. You cannot take an unknown sample and try to match it to 10 million Americans. Those 10 million people have a right to privacy. You have no fucking right to go through them. None, without a warrant. But your warrant has to tell the company that has the data a name. You can't just get a warrant for whatever. You have to get a warrant for a name of an individual. Then you go to the DNA company that doesn't allow police searches without a warrant, provide them with a warrant, and look for that specific fucking DNA. That's how unconstitutional this all is. That makes me insane.
Remember, this isn't a full appeal. This is simply post-conviction relief.
I understand, but he needs to make arguments in this post-conviction relief as to why he needs the relief. It isn't just that his lawyer was no good. And what do they call this? This was a miscarriage of justice.
Well, that's what he said. That's what Kohberger he said in his I call it his manifesto, his July 26th. Yeah, it was the day before the post-conviction.
Right. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself for a trial, but nonetheless, there's issues with this case that have been disputed in courts, and the issue comes down against the government doing these big data collections, these sweeps. You can't do it.
So what do you think, Sergeant Friday? I want to ask you a question. What do you think his chances are at this. I mean, he's at the first stage right now in front of him.
I think they're overwhelmingly positive. I think if you take the names out, okay, and I think too, and I'm not want to, I don't like how Hitler ruled, but I do want to qualify. Hitler did not have the information that came from Judge. He did not sit through the processes that took place, okay, from January 1st, 2023 forward until it ended up in his courtroom. All that happened in that sequence of events was not part of his information, nor was it part of his decisions. And that makes the difference.
You know what, Sergeant? That's a really important point, because change of venue happened when mid-September, October. So at that point, all of these steps had already occurred while it was in Latah County, right? All of the warrants, all of these issues. By the time it got to Hitler, now you're looking at filing the motions to strike the DP, filing the motions to suppress, eliminate, all of these other things based on what had happened in 22, 3.
I would have argued in a motion that suspect vehicle 1 cannot be named as Bryan Kohberger's car in the courtroom. The jury cannot hear that definition of the car. And the reason I would make that argument is that there is no identifier in any way, shape, or form in all the 80 trillion terabytes of data that can put Bryan in that car, identify Bryan, or any uniqueness to that vehicle that suggests it belongs to Bryan. In addition to that, the original car that they tracked at 2:47 a.m. on Route 270 is 100% in their own knowledge, not Bryan Kohberger's car. Therefore, Your Honor, this must be stricken from the record, and it should never be said that car belongs to Bryan Christopher Kohberger. There's so many things she should have went after and didn't.
She did move in limine to do exactly that, strike us, but they made the wrong arguments, Sarge.
There you go. Yep.
They made the wrong. Same thing in suppression. She kept policies and procedures when she's trying to get IgG DNA thrown out, and Hitler's standing there, dude. You gotta argue Fourth Amendment, how this is an illegal search and seizure.
Right.
Wrong, Sarge. He was, and she just with her thick head, she's there going back to policies and procedures. I don't understand.
No, she's can I just say that when I was in politics, the one thing I used to say was that when Republicans took Democrats to court and went to the Supreme Court, they always used the wrong argument. And it was intentional. In this case, I said it was always intentional. And my example came true when they ruled that there is no federal constitutional power to force all the states to accept abortion, that it's a state decision, not that they're going to outlaw it nationwide, but you can't go to the feds, and the feds cannot impose on every state that you must provide abortions as health care, because there's no provision for it in any of the founding documents. So and I said this for a decade, more than that, Kathy, 20 years. The argument was never made properly. It isn't that abortions are federally they were legalized under Roe Wade, but inappropriately, because there's nothing in the founding documents to support a woman's right to do that. However, abortions can be made legal state by state, and there's nothing the feds can do about it. That's the separation of powers. That's where the feds have a line drawn, and the states have their own line that's drawn. Well, every state is different, right? And in this case, I'm only saying this to point this out. Ann Taylor did the same thing in this case, either through a lack of knowledge or through intent to bring the wrong arguments forward. It happens all the time with these lawyers. They're idiots.
She did. I mean, there was on the in limine and suppression, all of these keys. But going back to what you said, I'm wondering how well Hitler really knew this case when it got, when he didn't know. Because what did he do? What did he say? You remember in July when the media came forward, it was the media that got that gag order set aside, not either of the sides. As a matter of fact, Ann Taylor fought to keep that gag order in place. She drafted the first gag order.
Yep.
Went to Thompson. They agreed to go together to Marshall, and Marshall signed the gag order day 4 of the case. There were a couple of adjustments to it, but she drafted it, and she didn't want it set aside, Sarge.
And then she actually did even worse. She allowed the preliminary hearing to be delayed.
Oh, Sarge, please don't even.
That's the heinous thing she did. Those first two moves, the sealing, the gag, and the preliminary hearing. There's no way Look at if they argue 68 terabytes of data, there's no way they could have accomplished it. Their probable cause affidavit on its face would have failed with the arguments you and I just discussed.
And there wouldn't have been so much time to have all of this negative press, all these hit stories where he was tried in the media. I think you're 100%
You know
right.
what would have happened in a preliminary hearing? You know how it would have ended? It would have ended on the DNA. The DNA being transfer DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, she may not have had all the data about custody of the sheath at that point, but she could have argued that's a movable object, as she did say. It's a movable object. We have two different locations for the sheath. The sheath has transfer DNA with a minuscule amount of information on it as far as blood cell or skin cells. And that being the only thing, there's no way to place Bryan at the scene of the crime during the time the crime took place. The movement of the sheath, the handling of the sheath, and the DNA in the sheath is not conclusive evidence that this individual was in that home.
Imagine
it just says he handled the sheath at some point, or he was near the sheath, or someone he knows touched the sheath.
Sergeant Friday, if he would have not waived speedy preliminary hearing, and there was a preliminary hearing, like the end of January?
No, you get 14 days, I think, in Idaho. Some jurisdictions are 21. It's mandatory. It's not.
Right. It's 14 days if you're in custody, 21 days if you're not. So you're going to get 14 days. We're talking the end of January, the beginning of February at the latest. Imagine what might have happened if there was a preliminary hearing at that time, rather than saying, whoops, no, we're going to do a 5-day preliminary hearing at the end of June. That's what gave the prosecution the time to go to the secretive grand jury. And once the indictment came down in mid-May, that was it. That was it.
And the only thing I want to say is all grand juries are secret.
I know. I hate them. I hate them.
Well, I think that we also found out that of the 18 seated jurors, they dismissed 6 because they had more questions.
Yeah, it was one. Who was it? One of the attorneys let it slide that the grand jurors wanted to see a little bit more evidence, and not Hippler. The judge said you probably shouldn't say that. Just
you know what we should do, Kath? Here's something we should do. We ought to do a timeline presentation, put it together in a package of the case presented to the court that Bryan pled to, and send it to a premier law firm asking for pro bono assistance for Mr. Kohberger.
When? Now? Or at the time?
Now. We know enough about this case that if anybody would just sit down and listen to us, even though they may not fully agree, they would see that these arguments would have merit in front of the law that's established in this country. There's a lot of case law to support the arguments that we're pointing to. You need a professional law firm that has a law library and law clerks to get involved in this case. Because whether he did it or not is not for me the issue. The issue is that our government went to an extraordinary fucking extent to invent the story, to lie, to misrepresent data, to bring the public's attention to it with the media and perpetuate more and more lies. He's a stalker. He's this, he's that. He took a picture of a thumbs up victory photo after the crime. All of these fucking horrific stories to impugn an individual, whether he did it or not. That process of conviction is just so unconstitutionally filthy. It doesn't even make sense. That needs to be a big law firm could crush that.
Well, it's what I don't understand. I don't understand how the feds ever got involved in this to begin with. They're saying,
Big Irish is probably right,
is that what they will typically do is they will go to small jurisdictions like the Moscow Police Department. Hey, we're around the corner. If you need us, come here. Since when do they get involved in a state prosecution? There's been all of this. Oh, well, there was a federal component. Josh Hurwitz, if you look at, he did one interview shortly after he left the AG's office, and he said this was always going to be a state case. So with that, and then you can't get as members of the public who are filing public records requests, or if you're EWU Media and you want to see the homework of what the Moscow Police Department relied on, because they outsourced their job to the feds, to ISP, to the Pullman Department, to WSU. None of those people had jurisdiction to do it. anything because this crime happened in the city of, oh, they can turn, oh, sorry, you need to go somewhere. I mean, the extent, Sergeant Friday, that they're going to hide this case to the public should be a wake-up call for anybody. I'm not there. I don't know Kohberger. I never, met. I don't know what he did or didn't do. But the fact that
how about Cracker Claus? Cracker Claus saying that, don't worry, the PCA is not important. Remember when he came out and said that? Don't worry about the PCA.
PCA is not important. We wouldn't even know Kohberger's name if it wasn't for that PCA, Sarge.
I don't think the feds are as deeply involved as I think that that you may be implying. I think the feds gave them a tip, rightfully so, and then they connected dots that can't be connected, and made up and put him in a story to get a warrant to arrest and charge him. I don't think the feds had anything to do with that.
Well, what I want to know is, so how it went was they, we saw tonight, when we watched and it's always great to go back because you forget, at least I did, watching Nunez arriving on scene, and he steps inside at 12 o'clock. First step inside, 12:47 seconds, something like that. He goes into that house, and it was like, what about the condition of the crime scene before and after, Sarge? About possible, moving things around, and it just from the beginning, and then the number of people who entered that property, touched things. Do people not, understand that when every person that went in there, and that for whatever reason walked upstairs to the third floor, touched something, that they're dropping DNA and they're taking DNA away from the crime scene, compromising it. We never heard her say word one about that. Neither did Turvey in his report. He didn't bring that out.
These people are just on crack. I just, and again, this is what interests me. This happens in the federal level, especially when it's political. And their charges and in their games. You see this happen all the time. And the system is being abused. Like I didn't know, but there's a dozen or 24 of foreigners that hold federal benches. How can that be okay? How can America and I don't have a problem with people as people, and where you come from is fine. But should you be managing American law if you came from Haiti or Zimbabwe? What are you doing as a federal judge in America? I don't think that should be allowed. I think there should be a law that stops that. You need to be an American citizen, just like you need to be an American citizen to be a president. I think there needs to be some limits as to what or you need to be. Listen, you could come from Zimbabwe and your parents become American citizens and you're born in America. I don't have an objection to that. Now you're in America. But there's so much chaos and there's so much corruption throughout the judicial system, and it's systematically corrupt.
No, people don't understand that they have absolute immunity, period. And they could be malicious. They could violate the law with rulings, and people, you can't sue the judge. It is impossible. What you got to do is go to the Judicial Qualifications Commission of whatever state you are and file a complaint like many other people. And then, it'll be, if they want to do. But it's like it is a job. Imagine being a job, Sergeant Friday, where you're held accountable for nothing. Imagine being, whatever, a truck driver. And if you want to just,
I do have that job now because I sold my
miles through a school, they can't do anything for you. It's basically what the judiciary have. They have absolute immunity.
The judiciary has actually turned itself into a protector for the criminal. Not the honest people like you and me. I mean, someone breaks into your home, there should never be a question why a guy's got 11 bullets in him. The only answer I should give as a citizen is I ran out. Right? So, he's in my home. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you killed. No, I don't know if you could say I didn't murder the guy. And I'd have shot him another 28 times, but my magazine was only allowed to hold 10 because of your shitty law. He's over there. Right?
So, Sergeant Friday, who do you, because I know that you've got a lot of good gut feels for things and people, and we have two very divergent.
I honestly, listen. I think Hitler. If the data were being shown now, wasn't aware, he was not aware of any of this, then of course the DNA is DNA on every day, including Sunday. But if the DNA is including Sunday, but the movement of that particular piece of evidence and the handling of it was done illegally, then there is no DNA on any day, including Sunday. I think Hitler will rule correctly when presented with facts that were otherwise not part of the presentation the first time. I really think that. I mean, I don't like the guy, but I am giving him, see, I tend, until evidence appears to show otherwise, I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt, even on the second chance at the stick, right? You get a second up at bat. I think there's a higher probability that if the case presented to him is strong, she didn't misrepresent me, she didn't share discovery, she didn't, and then all of this stuff that we now know, if that's presented to Hitler, I don't think Hitler's going to deny it. I don't think he's going to do that. I think Hitler's going to bang the gavel and look at the prosecution and look at Ann Taylor and say, I approve the hearing.
I think he was very much looking forward to a trial. I really do. Because
I heard that he was part of the negotiations, though. Where did this idea that he was part of the negotiations come from?
No, I know. Where was that? He's not. You don't have a judge sitting in there when you negotiate with the other side.
I think he said something to the fact that he helped bring both sides together to talk.
Well, maybe.
Not that he was in the room, but that's not his job even to do that.
That's what you do. That's what you do at final pretrial conference. You say, had the parties gotten together? Is there any possible way that we're going to avoid it? Just to see if there's any, but to think that he's putting them together, you can't do that. I want to know, where did that rumor come from?
I thought he said it in his presentation in the courtroom.
He basically is doing, I think that what he's referring to is he's
not negotiating, but I think he said he helped bring the parties together.
He might have said, have you guys spoken? Have you, because that's what every judge does. That's why you have a final pretrial conference, because it's just now, we're not getting ready to send out thousands upon thousands upon thousands of notices to potential jurors in Ada County. Is there any possibility that this case is going to settle? Have you been speaking? And but for him to kind of be in the room, if that happens,
I don't think he was in the room. I'm not suggesting that, but I was under the impression that he helped bring these two sides together. And, I mean, I don't think that's the place for the judge. These people need to sort that out on their own and then go to the judge and tell the judge where they are.
Exactly. That's right. The judge can ask, because, the judge, look, we got a 3-month trial here. He had set aside 3 months of time. We're getting ready to send out an unprecedented number of juror notices. They were going out, I think, just before a change of plea at the beginning of July, because they were going to do voir dire at the end of July, and they needed to bring in all of these people to kind of sift through and find the ones that were going to sit in the box, plus the alternates.
Here's a question, because I think this may be one way that the feds made the tip. I have a strong suspicion that whatever his parents testified for at a grand jury somehow placed the Kohberger name and phone number in the possession of the FBI. And when they started looking at Kohberger's car, and they gave a witness list to the FBI, or a suspect list to the FBI, that when that name came forward, they were familiar in one way, shape, or form with Kohberger, and that helped initiate the tip.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well, listen, look at what had happened. Okay, they go in. You don't see any of the 5 first. I mean, they were, Sergeant Friday, is there any question that Nunez, that Warner, that Gunderson, that Snyder and Smith went into those 2 rooms more than one time in certain
instances? No question about it. They filmed themselves.
They film themselves. If you look at their reports from the 13th of November, you don't see one of them mentioning word one about that sheath. Warner is getting so close to Madison Mogen in that teeny tiny little room that he is noticing lividity in her leg. Now, where was that sheath found? Under her leg. He doesn't notice that sheath enough to put it in his report. But Snyder, who's up there taking photographs up close, he doesn't have any caption saying sheath above, down, below. Where was that sheath? They will not show us. We need to see that body cam.
Well, let me say something else too. They misled us.
I knew you.
They said it was under her leg and under the comforter. They never implied that the comforter was covering the victims. They let us go for a long time without us understanding that specifically.
Right.
That's
Right.
important to have known, that there was a comforter on top of the two victims. And because the question then has to be, I mean, here's what I was envisioning a crime scene to which they were on top of the comforter and killed and were found on top of the comforter, right? Exposed. That's what I've envisioned for years. Only later to find out with crime scene photos that they were actually covered by the comforter, which is impossible for dead people to do. And the comforter itself doesn't have any stab wounds in it at all. So there's no way they were killed in the sleeping position. There's no way they covered themselves up, which immediately tells you the crime scene was staged.
And then, I mean, the bigger question regarding anyone being covered has to be Ethan. Who covered him?
Yeah, and I wonder if Ethan wasn't covered. And I think I'm more and more starting to consider the analysis that Zana's appearance at that crime scene came later than anybody realizes.
You raise an interesting point, because let's go back to, if you're trying to figure something out, whatever it is, who stole from the cookie jar in your own house or wherever. What happens early on, what people say, which you notice early on, tends to be closer to the truth than later on when people have a chance to think, they're influenced by other people. Why would Stacy Chapin, when was it, day 3, when she gave that interview with that girl who looked a lot like Kaylee, say that 2 o'clock is a dark hour? Why not 4 o'clock? Her son was supposedly still alive for another 2 hours plus. Right. Why do you say 2 o'clock is a dark hour? That has never been explained at all. At all. And the way that they did.
I can accept that as a misstatement. I think times and stuff like that are become very confusing to people that are witnesses or connected directly to a crime or indirectly. They're connected directly through relation, but they're getting a lot of information that I think is not like we've gotten. The information we've gotten looks intentionally skewed, but I think that some of these people talking about, I knew at 10 o'clock or I knew at 11 o'clock, I don't know that those people, they're not intentionally skewing things. I think that they're not remembering correctly and they're giving you their best recollection.
That can be true. Okay. How about this? They're able to track Kohberger supposedly every step of the way through his phones. You telling me they can't track Xana and Ethan's step every way from where they were the evening of the 12th into the 13th and know exactly when they entered 1122 for the last time, whether it was together, whether it was Ethan first and Xana next, or Xana first?
We know for sure that they could have tracked their phones.
Absolutely. So why
would they tell us that when they say she was on Twitter or TikTok at 3 something in the morning? The question is, they said 4:12, but it was sometime earlier, right? Didn't they correct that?
All right, there you go. Well, how come?
But that tells you the phones were on, which means that they could have tracked them. Unlike Kohberger's, which was off, you couldn't track him.
Why is it then that you have the divergence of Brett Payne and the PCA saying that Xana and Ethan returned home together at approximately 1:45 a.m. And then you have Hippler coming out in the court order last year saying they weren't home at 2. Neither one was home at 2.
Right.
Why wouldn't that be something that they would know fairly early on? And why like the big secrecy of their movement?
Did they ask the girl that left after they watched the Vampire Diaries if she noticed if Xana or Ethan were home?
I don't remember.
I don't think they ever asked her. I don't think they ever asked her that.
Oh, the questions that didn't get asked to Sergeant Friday was a joke. Was a joke.
It's overflowing. It's almost as if, it's like a tsunami and you're sitting in the island of Thailand and there's nowhere to run.
It's like asking.
Hey, I got a question. Here's a question. Listen, completely unrelated. Let's see how smart you are and how smart our audience is when it comes to the world we live in. I may open up a segment about the world we live in. What nation on earth is composed of 18,000 individual islands? You have 60 seconds. Do not Google it. You have 10 seconds to answer. What nation on earth is composed of 18,000 individual islands? Let's hear you, chat room. Don't go Googling it. You cheating bastards. Kath, do you know?
18,000 islands. Let me think.
Big Amish knows. Bingo. Most people won't know this, but it's been answered. Right? Yeah, Ray Manu knows. It's Indonesia. Isn't it hard to believe that one country could be made of 18,000 islands?
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the show.
No, but going back to Hitler, when Hitler, after the media came in and they were successful, it was the media who got that gag order set aside last July. They also filed a second motion to immediately unseal the entire case, rightfully saying that, look, both of these people over here, sometimes coming together in a stipulation, the number one reason why they convinced these three judges, including Hitler, why the case needed to be sealed, including evidence, was Mr. Kohberger's right to a fair and impartial jury, and the concern that that information being placed out there for the case files might taint the jury, as if all of the books wouldn't do that, Dateline Gate. But in any event, he said no. He said, I'm going to start from the end of the case because that's what he knew best, and that's why he started with first order, July and June, second order, May and April, third order, January, February, and March. And that's where he stopped. He stopped putting out any orders to unseal anything in 24. And that's where the meat and potatoes of the motions to suppress, Frank's hearing, everything that happened in Latah County would have started to happen. So I'm wondering, as you are wondering, I think, Big Amish, Sarge, do you believe that he's now had an eye full of what exactly happened in this case?
I think that Hitler now has information that Hitler never had in the past. I think if you know what Hitler did previously for his career, is he works on those big lawsuits.
Civil, right?
Yeah, civil case, big ones though, big corporate ones, and typically in the big corporate cases, the corporation is the defendant, and the state's bringing this against the corporation, and generally the state has a preponderance of evidence to make the case, or they wouldn't bring it, and oftentimes they settle out of court simply because the judge knows where this is usually where it's going to go. It's not that common that you lose some corporate battle when it comes to a product malfunction, a chemical misuse, and this or that, or I mean, you saw that there was a big movie about that with water being poisoned, blah blah blah. Anyway, he's a district judge, but he did concentrate mainly on civil suits, and they're quite a bit different than criminal suits, in which generally the information the prosecution would bring is reliably vetted through experts in scientific laboratory results. Where in this case, although that exists, the criminal charges are certainly way different than civil in the limits that the state is allowed to perform and do their duties. That needs to be considered. I don't think he was looking at any of that. In other words, it's my opinion that the first rule of a judge, the first duty of a judge, is to ensure that the government doesn't cross the constitutional limits that we, the people, placed upon it. And those are those are not rights in the Constitution. Those are statements. You, the government, shall not infringe upon my right to own a gun. You shall not interfere with my right to religion and speech. You shall not come into my home without a warrant. You have to, in other words, those aren't your rights. You're a free individual.
Right.
And the government is limited by the Constitution. And that's where I think Hitler drops the ball here. I think all judges' first and foremost task in any criminal proceeding is to protect the accused from government overreach. That should be their first job, mainly.
Well,
and I don't think he did that. I don't think he even knows that.
We're going to find out very soon here.
When is the hearing? When is it supposed to be answered? Did the state reply any of that?
What, with the suppression motions and the?
No. With the current post-conviction relief. Where are we with that?
Well, where we are right now is that Hitler has just granted the defense, something's happened in sentencing. I was really thinking that they were going to focus more on the change of plea hearing based on what Kohberger had written in his pro se petition and also his statement that he did out of court. But apparently they're focusing on that sentencing hearing because that's the transcript that they asked for. They didn't ask for the sentencing and change of plea transcript, only the sentencing transcript. That's the one of the 23rd. That's when he got hauled off to prison right after the hearing that day, and when all of the victim impact statements and when Thompson did stand up and he had said again, he did it twice, what the evidence was. So the reason why he's asking for that is, I believe, because there has to be an amended petition to give him the best possible opportunity to get what he needs to. So we'll be seeing that possibly with some testimony dropped in from the sentencing proceeding. He right now has two areas, ineffective assistance of counsel. That's Garza versus Idaho. And then he didn't say manifest injustice. That's what the state law says in Idaho. He's going for the Hunter versus U.S. miscarriage of justice standard. Big difference. So I'm very curious to see what this amended petition is going to say. He's got to add the affidavits of the family members who he's saying will be able to testify that he was coerced into signing this plea, that he wanted a trial. And then you'll see a response from the other side. They're going to move to dismiss. I'm pretty much certain that you're going to see a very strong motion to dismiss. I don't think.
However, if his arguments have any relation to Cyray's points, I don't see how he can deny it. If that leaker was discovered and it was sealed and never disclosed, if the discovery about the hair in Ethan's hand and on the bed frame was never disclosed,
discovery, evidence. Oh, and here's something that I uncovered because Sarge, for the past year, we were on, I'll tell you where we were on the 2nd. We were on vacation, my family, and I'm sitting there with a glass of pina colada, looking at my husband, get me another one of these. I couldn't believe what the heck I was saying, him standing up there and pleading guilty to 5 of those counts. And then her saying that she had all the discovery that she needed for him to make this change of plea. And then we get to see the constitutional rights waiver form where he's scribbling stuff out. He's writing things, he's scribbling it out. Why Hitler didn't take the effort to make sure that he knew what he was saying. This is where I think, oh, well, he did plead guilty. Yes, but was it voluntary? Was he coerced? Was it of his own free will? And I think that Hitler should have, when he saw that waiver and saw that he had just been recently diagnosed with some heavy duty, including autism, that would explain why he stands so close to people, maybe the way that he looks, the way he writes, classic autistic traits, in my opinion. I've got family members that are close to me that have autism, and why they had to, it was like, where's the fire? Why did we go to sentencing inside of 2 weeks? That doesn't happen. It's usually a couple of months down the line. So now what we're looking for is all the bells and whistles. I think he's going to raise Hunter versus U.S. because he put that in the manifesto. In his manifesto, he said words to the effect. He turned it around. He says it would be a gross miscarriage of justice if this plea isn't said, and that's classic. It's what the Supreme Court found in Hunter. He's going to cite the Garza. He's going to cite there's one other federal case that deals with ineffective, and it's a high bar. It's not going to be automatic. You have to show that, but for this attorney who fell below what the standards were for what a defense attorney should have done, I would not have pled guilty. And I think he said that in what I
think the leak itself can also be used to his advantage.
Yeah, the leak
that in and of itself the kid could have just said, I mean, come on, every time I turn around, I'm all of a sudden this horrific murderer is going to get the death penalty by firing squad.
Right, in good heavens.
All over the news. The whole world is looking at me as I kill, and I didn't do this, but my lawyer convinced me that the only way I was going to save my own life was to plead guilty.
And then Sergeant Friday, good heavens, if your hunch comes to fruition as to who possibly the leaker could be, and he didn't
I don't
go.
know how other people don't. I bet you a lot of people think that, whether they're willing to say it or not. And
Well,
now that I say it out loud, I think more people are going to consider his behavior.
It's all speculation, but Sergeant Friday,
Yeah.
if he didn't, I guarantee you.
You want to hear my qualifications and how I can make that determination?
Yes,
I'll tell you my qualifications. I'm a stepchild that grew up with 3 other siblings that blame me for every fucking thing that happened in that house.
Oh no.
Okay, and I didn't do half of it. Now, not to say I was an innocent little flower. I was a little bastard, I know, but I didn't do most of what I was accused and took the whooping for.
And how hard is it?
And they had all of these fucking stories, just like Cy Ray. All of these fucking stories. Go ahead.
How hard was it for you to try to prove a negative? That's why our Constitution says it's not that you have to prove yourself innocent. It's that the state, beyond a reasonable doubt, because it is impossible nearly to.
It's that standard that I look at this with, and their case is just not, it's not likely to be the only conclusion is Bryan. The evidence says something completely different.
Right.
That room, the common area, as Whitcomb keeps pointing out, tells a completely different story. At the very least, even if it was one person, the method and the mechanism and the entry and exit is completely wrong. Making the white car not part of the crime.
Making the white car not, and looking at the videos, the vintage, the videos from especially Nunez, because he was the first foot in the door from the Moscow Police Department. It was quite eye-opening, to slow things down, to look at these scenes on panel and to see with pee pads here, this pillows, who moved this, why is the couch separated and then it's moved together, the table, it was certainly looked like it was very lit in there. You saw all of the lights inside. It really, and I encourage anyone to go back and to take a look and come to your own conclusions.
Well, how can you trust? Listen, here's an argument. Listen, here's a simple argument for the knife sheath. Without impugning any particular individual connected to law enforcement, Your Honor, I'd like to point out that this pee pad was nowhere to be seen in any of their evidence pictures, yet now it shows up on the couch, kind of like that knife in the bedroom. You're with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, as you're cross-examining the policeman that took these pictures.
Motion for post-conviction relief granted.
Yeah, a pee paper relief, thank you. But if this gets to trial, this thing should be lit. I might have to move to Idaho if there's a trial. I may have to go stay there for a couple of months.
Even before the trial, Sergeant Friday, imagine. Okay, so what's next? We're waiting for this amended petition for post-conviction relief with all the bells and whistles on it. We're waiting for a response from the state. Then Hippler has to make a decision. Is he going to deny the petition? And at that point, Kohberger starts he goes to the appellate court.
I think not. I think what Hippler's going to do is he's going to send it up to he's going to allow for the case to go forward.
He's going to, before we have that, he's got to call an evidentiary hearing. You know who's going to be, imagine the cast. How would you like to be in the seat?
Cracker clause.
The gallery. When you see this lineup of Kohberger taking the stand, Ann Taylor taking the stand, possibly, what's his face? Turvey taking the stand, Cy Ray taking the stand, Brett Payne taking the stand. And all of the 5
taking the stand. How about the DNA specialists that quit or were fired?
Yeah,
that woman was making an appropriate argument. The FBI didn't want her making the argument about how they do a backdoor deal.
Right.
That's why she got the visit at night. Remember?
Yes.
Hippler doesn't know about that shit.
Hey, a big Amish keeps correcting me. Do you want to bring him up here? Why don't you have him come up here? I see Big Amish is really taking a lot of time and effort, and I don't understand why. Need to correct. It's about the 3rd or 4th time, and I don't understand.
Are the corrections accurate?
Huh?
Are the corrections accurate? That's
no, I don't think so. But it's like he's continuing too. I don't know.
That's a she. I think
debate that we had about 6 months.
I think that's a she. That's not a he.
Who?
Big Amish is a she.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was a guy. The big Amish I spoke with was a guy.
Big Amish done stepped in it.
Yeah.
Big Amish. The hammer's been dropped. It's a he.
I'm only kidding. But Sergeant Friday. So here is what we have to look
It's a
forward
dude.
to. We're waiting for a an amended petition, and then a response. And it's not going to be Bill Thompson. It's going to be the Attorney General's office, who will represent the state of Idaho, almost guaranteed. They've already came out and said that they're going to fight this tooth and nail. And then after that, then Hippler has to make a decision. Then we'll see an evidentiary hearing. And then he will make a decision as to whether or not a trial. He could even drop the charges. I mean, that's in the statute as well.
That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know. We're going to have to see. But I seem to see there are a lot. People call them. I mean, what was this about this? Who was that? The DT show or calling people?
Oh, that dickhead drunk turkey.
Burgers, this, that. I want to
know if he's bald, that guy. That big, fat, ugly Dan. Is he bald? Does he wear that? Does he wear that cloth hat because he's covering up a bald head? What's going on with that guy?
No.
That's what I want to know. With his sunglasses and his winter hat that he wears all year round. I think he's cooked his fucking brain, that guy.
I don't know. But it was like I saw a little, I couldn't watch all of it, but the attacks of, pro burgers, they're in love with BK. They're in love. You know what?
He's a liar. He's a loser.
Want to see the
He was pro-burger. He was a pro-burger.
Mm-hmm.
That turkey show was 100% pro-burger until the media invited him up, and he thought it was his big day. I'm going to be rich, he's thinking to himself. He's thinking about all of the fat food he could go for. Listen, let me finish my rant.
Go ahead.
That fat bastard was convinced
because
he was getting an unlimited ticket to fucking Taco Bell. The mainstream media was doing a big interview with him, putting it on fucking every channel in the country. Pro Burger goes up there. And they ridicule the shit out of him for him thinking that Bryan Kohberger is not the fucking perpetrator.
Okay,
he backed up so fast that no truck warning would indicate that he was in reverse. You know, trucks go beep, beep. This dude had an air horn siren yelling to people, get out of the way, I'm going backwards. And then when he shows up on the internet, he's a guilter. He went from a pro-burger
number
to
one.
a guilter.
The transcript from the 2nd of July was not, you don't know what you're talking about. It was from the sentencing proceeding. You can go to Kohberger versus Idaho. It was filed. Now, you have continued to sort of make negative remarks since I came on here, Big Sergeant Friday. And I'd like to know.
I linked them. But I wanted to trash.
He doesn't want to come up here. You don't know what you're talking about. The sentencing transcript was not ordered. So stop giving misrepresentations. What was ordered was the July 23rd sentencing, not the change of plea. Now, if you want to come up like a big boy and you want to debate me, I'll welcome it any day of the week. But stop your BS of this passive aggressive. You've had a problem ever since we were on Outcast, and I debated you. And I'll debate you to the end of the world. All right. Just stop with your nonsense.
All right. Calm it down because I want my drunk turkey time.
God.
That fat bastard went from questioning the police, questioning their alleged proof of his guilt, to all of a sudden getting ridiculed and humiliated on primetime TV. And the next time you saw him, his big fat friend Blue was gone. Because Blue really took a beating. Blue didn't know. Blue was kind of like the autistic guy that didn't know how to talk.
Big Blue.
Big Blue. Nice guy. But he seemed a bit retarded when he was confronted on TV. Didn't know where to go with it. It kind of even made Dan's show even more embarrassing. Yeah. So then when Dan got off of that show, he suddenly came forward as a guilter. And everything that the media says, every innuendo that they've ever uttered from anybody connected to impugning Kohberger became his friend. And yet, with all that ass licking, from 2023 all the way to 2026, he's never made it back to the mainstream media, not understanding that there's not enough ass on the planet for him to lick.
That's true. I forgot, Kate, that he was featured. And I think he got pretty much beat up, didn't he?
Oh, he got slaughtered.
What was it again, Big Friday? Because I can't remember. This was
the drunk turkey was all this big deal. He was all puffed up. He was peacocking around. I'm going to be on the mainstream media talking about the Kohberger case and giving him my information and my opinions. And they ran him over like he was like he literally was a stray dog in the middle of fucking freeway traffic in California.
Yeah.
They ran that fucker over and stopped, and they didn't back over him. They dragged his fat ass back in front of the car and drove over him again.
now that I'm Victoria is Yvonne's asking, did Bryan's attorney ask for a transcript of sentencing or the plea hearing? Yvonne, 100% sentencing. If you look at Kohberger versus Idaho on the 7th of August, the attorney asked for the transcript and also the recording from the sentencing proceeding. Now, unless they changed the Constitution in the last couple of days, sentencing happened on July 23rd. Change of plea was the 2nd. Sentencing happened because of change of plea. He didn't ask for a change of plea transcript, which I found to be a little unusual. I thought he would ask for both. He asked for sentencing, and that's what Judge Hippler granted today. And guess who's paying for it? Not Mr. Kohberger, state of Idaho. The bills are starting to accumulate regarding Kohberger versus Idaho.
All right, hold on a second. Now listen, before you two go at it, I just added Big Amish, but let me just end.
I want to hear.
Hey, I'm the host. Let me end my little rant with drunk turkey. I may be a drunk asshole, but I own that with respect. He had, for some reason in his mind, to call his show the Drunk Turkey only for one day for him to be proven to be so inebriated and such a turkey that he had to change his whole thought on life. Poor bastard. All right, you two. Have a discussion without attacking or yelling or screaming, please.
No. I want to know, Big Amish. Now you've been saying, I've been watching chat. You've had a few things to say. And when exactly did Bryan C. Kohberger request the transcript for change of plea?
Why don't you find out which exactly? Let's just bring everyone into our discussion since you bring up.
You are a dude. I thought you were a chick.
You know what? So I just asked a question here. He won't respond. I don't have time for his BS tonight.
Well,
when you said that I was wrong, I want you to point to the docket in Kohberger versus Idaho and say exactly. And if you can't, then admit that you were wrong.
There you go. It's easy. Did Kohberger ask for that? And on what date did he ask for it? Big Amish? Hello? Big Amish.
He didn't.
I'll buy you a taco.
He didn't.
She's usually pretty right because she posts all of these things every time they show up on the page. She makes a stream about it. It could only be 4 or 5 minutes long, but she follows every one of the documents released and posts and streams.
I don't even need the docket in front of me. I'll tell you exactly what's on that docket. The 27th is when the petition for post-conviction relief hit that docket that started the case. He filed a motion simultaneously for counsel. He was appointed counsel. He filed counsel then on the 7th of August, filed a motion for the transcript from sentencing, not change of plea, sentencing.
They were both requested.
July 23rd. With date on the docket, go to the docket right now. Oh, wait, and you tell me when he filed a motion.
I'm telling you, that's my understanding. But that's not the issue. That's not the issue. You said you wanted BK to amend the goddamn petition. You wanted Rausch to do that. If he does it, you would waive any recusal rights. Because now you'll be entering, not only has he entered his appearance, he's now filing pleadings and amending petitions without addressing the elephant in the room, which is a recusal, a disqualification of Judge Hippler, which you identified of him being conflicted, but you simply ignored it. Either you're ignorant of it or you just don't have the mental capacity to figure it out. one of the two.
Yeah, I don't know that we need to go. Wait.
Oh,
Let's not attack people's intellect. Let's just make our statements and verify.
let me tell you, son.
The Supreme Court
Hold on. I've
Yeah, but
never
you're in
said
my
anything
stream. I don't
negative
care what
about
she did
anyone.
somewhere. Listen,
Kathy,
I muted you.
You know, Sergeant
Wait, no, quiet. I'll mute you too. You're not in here to call each other names or impugn each other's ability to know or not know. You're just going to share information and compare it. That's it.
Exactly.
Right? So just leave it at that, Big Homage. I don't care what happened in yesterday's or even today's streams. Leave it out of here. She said what she said. You're saying you think that it meant, or you think or believe that it means he also gets the plea hearing. That's what I heard you say. That filing also includes the plea hearing, but it's not listed in that filing.
that's up to her to find out. I'm telling you what my understanding is. And we could disagree on it. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
But my point
I
is,
have time
my
to
point
argue
is,
with someone who comes
Kathy,
in
do
here
you
and
agree? Do
says
you
that-
agree now that there were federal grand jury subpoenas issued in the case, which you denied and called me bullshit about 8 months ago? Do you remember that?
Back 8 months ago, Sergeant Friday, you know why?
I walked out of bed and found the federal grand jury subpoenas, but you, the so-called mouth of the South, whatever you are.
Anyway, I told him not to do it, and he did it anyway. And Big Amish, listen, I don't have anything personal against you, but don't come in here talking like that. Only I'm allowed to talk to people in this room like that. And you don't have to like that. Nobody has to like that. It's my stream. If I want to call someone an asshole or make fun of them, that's up to me to do. I'm allowed. Nobody else is. And so don't attack Kathy because you had a disagreement 8 months ago in my stream. I'm not bringing him back on, Kathy. It's done. He was told, I don't tell people things over and over again to try to beg them to do what's right. Do what I say or get the fuck out. And if you don't get out, I boot you out. Go ahead.
Could we go back to what we're anticipating is going to happen in the next coming weeks and months?
Oh, please, would you?
Okay. So Hitler has now granted the motion for the sentencing transcript. So the thing is, has the transcript already been transcribed, or does the court reporter now need to do it, right?
Right.
Now, depending on that may take a couple of weeks, how busy she is or he is.
Typically, those things are not transcribed until requested. From my experiences in court, they don't transcribe every hearing. They record it, they shorthand it, and they put it away.
I think that you're right on that. That you don't transcribe every single transcript because the majority of them are not needed. They're not.
Well, they're paid for each and every one they do, and they're only going to do the ones that they're going to get paid for.
Right.
Right, because that's a service they provide. They're part of the court, but they're also independent little people there most times.
Right.
You get a lot of transcribing services. The person in the court that takes the dictation may not even be the one that transcribes it.
Right,
and right? Yeah.
Then you have the person who's transcribing. They then have to have a superior, somebody else to cross. These are licensed court reporters,
right,
not stenographers. And then they have to have a boss or someone look over and then certify, yes, this is word for word the transcript, because this is what's going to be used now. Filed, right?
Right.
With an appellate court in the event of any type of an appeal for post-conviction relief, and then whatever his attorney is going to put in here when he amends his petition to give Kohberger the best opportunity. Now, to think you're going to get Hitler kicked, Hitler was appointed by the Supreme Court of Idaho. The Supreme Court of Idaho said,
well, in this case too, though, listen, this petition has to be run by the sentencing judge. That's Idaho. That's Idaho procedure. That's the way it works.
Right. So here
you don't get another judge. Brian's not going to get to replace Hitler anytime soon.
I don't think so either. And you're right. You're absolutely reading from because there was some false rumors going around before that there was, he filed something in federal court. It was like, what are you talking about? The statute lays it all out for you. It's just a matter of doing your research and reading. Like you said, Sarge Friday, he had to go back to Ada County, and it would be assigned to Hitler because Hitler was the sentencing judge.
And I honestly think that listen, for people in the audience, if you can't accept you're wrong or accept you might be wrong and be chill about it and see that you can learn something for yourself, then then you shouldn't get into discussions with people. Being wrong is your first step to learning. But the difficulty is accepting you could be wrong. And people got to get over that. You didn't get born learning how to tie. You didn't know how to tie shoes till you learned it. And how many times did you get it wrong, but you kept at it? When you're having discussions with people on specific knowledges of information, you have to keep your mind open to the fact you could be wrong. You could misinterpret something or have missed something or assume something. And you there's no need to attack each other. And in a conversation of thought, right? If you want to start arguing about your team's better than the other team, then I could see people getting blown up emotionally over that. But this is just data that doesn't directly affect our daily lives. There's no sense in holding, although I can listen, I'm guilty of holding personal grudges, and so I'm guilty of being a dick and yelling, but it's my stream, so I take exception to the rule.
Sarge, especially in this case, the amount of misconception. People believe that he stalked her. He stalked those girls.
Right.
In the PCA for the first time. Thompson stands up in open court and says, there is not any evidence. What more do you need? But people believe that he did. And there's still.
Well, what's worse is then why is that in the fucking arrest warrant? See, in my state, it's not called a probable cause affidavit. It's called an accusatory instrument. And they're the same fucking thing. You can't say that, look, I know the law because I was on the wrong end of it and learned the hard way that you need to open up a fucking book. Okay? That's what I tell all my friends. This is the last time you read a book, you fucking idiot. That's what I do with that question. What country has 18,000 islands? And when they can't answer it, I says, that's what it's see. Yeah. Idiots like you don't know how to open up a book. That's what I said. They get all mad at me. Who asked that? But anyway, my point is, in this instance, this is a learning process for all of us. I know quite a bit. You know quite a bit. You do post every single fucking document. And you do that 2022. I'm like, God damn it, Kathy, you sound like a robot.
You think I wanted this? I mean, here I am. But I decided to, change my an independent podcast for a number of years. I decided to go true crime a few years back. I picked 3 cases. One of them was Kohberger. Another one was Reed. I can't remember what the third was. And I said, all right, let me start with Kohberger. And when I got into Kohberger, I said, all right, I got to make a choice here. When I started to see that the shenanigans and the tomfoolery and the hiding I said, I've either got to focus on Kohberger and Kohberger alone, or I got to do, I got to not do Kohberger and do 3 other cases. So I decided to. So I've spent the past 3.5 years of my life, that docket, I've been up and down 1,000.
Yeah, I know, man.
And I report it because the people who follow me, whether it's on my podcast, whether it's here on YouTube, they're not following me because they don't read the documents. It's because they read the documents. And all I can do is just basically say, and I think that the public is a hell of a lot more intelligent than some people give them credit to. They can read those legal documents. It's just, okay, what's a motion mean? What are briefings?
The law's not that complicated. People make it appear, the lawyers want you to think it's this complex fucking process. And it is, because they make it that way. It need not be that way.
Well, you got to understand, like, procedure will kill you. You need to understand what the rules of procedure say, what the substantive law says. But I fully believe that anybody could have sat on the jury. Anybody sitting there in your chat right now could have been on a capital case and deciding this whether to be going to the firing squad or going home to Monroe.
I was in court, listen, for violating a order of protection. An order of protection that was unlawfully applied. None of the accusations in there were true. And worse, the argument that I violated it was completely untrue. And I was still charged with it. And I went to court as my own lawyer. And I had to go through the process. You're right. There's the initial appearance. You get the judge reads your rights, tells you that you've been formally arrested for this charge, and you go to a preliminary hearing. That's where I started my battle. And the preliminary hearing was important because it forced the government to show in what way, shape, or form were my actions in violation of a stay-away order, which is what I said to the judge. This is a stay-away order. That means I can't get within 500 feet of the individual. However, I was in a courtroom as ordered by the defendant or the accuser. The plaintiff ordered my presence in the courtroom through a divorce filing. I had to be 15 feet away. That's through no fault of my own. In other words, In order to violate me, Your Honor, you have to show that I willfully and intentionally place myself near or in the presence of the person that's protected by that order. And he goes, yeah. The prosecution said, I beg to differ. This went on for 6 court hearings until finally the judge threw his hands up. And he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Prosecutor. You've been asked 4 times to come in with case law to support your argument, and 4 times in a row you haven't done that. And actually, you're the 3rd prosecutor assigned to this case. This man shouldn't have to go through this. And he looked at me. He said, you ever consider being a lawyer? I said, no, I couldn't take it. I'd kill half the law people. He laughed. Case dismissed. I said, would you dismiss this with prejudice? And he laughed. He goes, you'd love that, wouldn't you? I go, you know it. He goes, no, I'm not going to go that far today. And they sent me on my way. The law is the law, and it's in books, folks. It's easy to understand. It literally is simple, easy to understand.
It really is. And I really thought, Sergeant Brady, that my days of covering this case was going to come to an end last year at trial. And then we have to change it. All right. So then it's like, all right, we have to go through the process of unsealing. And we saw the tomfoolery that happened with the unsealing process. And now he's gotten. So it's like, I didn't think I'd be covering this case this long, but I made a commitment to myself and to my audience that I would until it's rested. And now we're going to go through the process. And I truly believe, I think that if everything that he's saying is true, that he should possibly get these charges dropped. At the very least, get a trial. And everything.
I think at a trial, this case would be stopped.
I know. All the rumors that we heard. What about all the rumors that we heard, Sergeant Friday? Why did he plead guilty? Oh, he fears the DP. He's saying, bring it on. Bring the, he's bring on the DP. He's saying his family member, he was protecting he put his family members in the middle of this thing. They're witnesses now that are going to have to file affidavits possibly.
Well, so is Ann Taylor's going to be a witness to the, to his case. If this goes forward, she's going to have to explain to a courtroom that she didn't do these things he's alleging. And she's going to have to not only explain it, but show she has the burden of proof. See, she has to prove she did her fucking job. Unlike an accused person in the crime, right? She has to prove that she supplied him this documentation. Prove that she didn't push him into a plea deal. And here's the problem. When 95 to 97% of the plea deals are done, every single one of them people, to some extent or another, were pressured by their lawyer to take it. Because the case I just told you about an order of protection was unlawfully, the statements in there were lies. The person said, I'm afraid he'll shoot me. Well, I don't own a gun. Okay? Never owned a gun, and I'm a felon. If you're accusing me of threatening you with a gun and I can't have any possession of a gun and you can't show I ever possessed one, then that statement is useless. What am I going to shoot you with? My fingers?
No, I know.
I get upset looking back at some of the things I dealt with. But that's why I won the case. That's why that was dismissed and the order of protection was dropped. There was no substantial evidence to support the claims in that accusatory instrument. So out it goes.
And Sergeant Friday, how about once they pull you into the legal system, how long it takes?
It took months to get rid of that.
Oh my! Everything's slow. Things get adjourned, and then we have to have another hearing in a month, and then another case management.
Well, with me, I got 3 different prosecutors assigned to the case. They were assistant DAs, because everyone that looked at it was probably like, "I don't want to do this. This guy didn't do anything wrong."
They don't want to.
They all knew, but their office was pushing because her lawyer was connected through her father to the bigwigs in our city.
Unbelievable how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable, right?
Now, what you know, it's who you know. But if you want to take down those who know, you need to get to what you know. That's right. What matters is you need to be able to be smarter than them because you're going to follow the rules and you're going to stick to it.
I got you. Sarge, and it's for anyone to think that they could not be illegally charged with a crime. You gotta look at the facts. Look at all the people that are on.
Any criminal will tell you.
Moderated,
Any criminal will tell you you never plead guilty. You never admit anything, man, ever. Someone asked me today. I was talking with a woman on my Discord. She goes, "What if your daughter was in that house? Would you want to know what happened?" And I said, "Absolutely not. No, I don't. I don't want to hear it. You were there. Your story is that you don't know anything, and that's all I ever want to hear come from your mouth. Don't change your story in front of me.
Right?
Okay. If you know more, especially about what happened, and you're conscious of it, and you're aware, and you did nothing, I'll do something. So don't tell me. That's my position."
why do you think that there has been such a concerted effort to hide this case? I mean, this case, it was like an inquest into the JFK assassin, or it was like, so, unfortunately, this is a tragic case. No one's saying that it's not, but mass unalivings happen all the time, unfortunately, in our country, and the cases are not sealed like this case was.
Well, I'll tell you right now, murder rates are at their lowest since 1900. But go ahead.
He pled a year ago. There never been a whisper of an accessory before or after the fact, co-conspirator, alternative.
But there was innuendos with the court and statements about Bryan Kohberger that came out in the court a couple of times, at least once.
Yeah. No, there have. Yeah. You're talking about when Judge slipped that one time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But and what about the connection to WSU, Ellie? I find that very, very interesting. You know, if you look in the affidavit of probable cause, Detective Payne writes about the 8458 phone. That's Kohberger. That's 509, and then 3 digits, and then 8458. But then 2 or 3 times he intermingles it with the 8548 phone. I thought, well, this is just him being sloppy. But the 8548 509, 3 digits, 8548 is the chief of police for the Washington State University law enforcement. What's his face? Jenkins, who interviewed Kohberger for a job. He didn't get it. Then during the interrogation, the interview, whatever you want to call it, of December 30th, when Kohberger's pulled into a room with Payne and the other one from Gilbertson from ISP, he says, "Oh, you look familiar, Detective Payne." How Detective Payne would look familiar? He was never anywhere. They kept him hidden from any press conference. Nobody ever saw him. And then he says, "Well, I did work, and I'm still doing work for Pullman and WSU LE." So we have that. And then you have the one who took out Kohberger, Brett Boyd, from WSU LE. And then you have the 2 who turned in Kohberger's car, Whitman and Tiango, from WSU LE. Do you see anything odd about all these, coincidences, or is it just a coincidence, Sergeant Friday? I'd like to hear your opinion.
I think that somehow there's 2 things that should happen with Pennsylvania. I think somebody that has the time and the tenacity to find out what the deal was with his parents in the grand jury, what that case was, and if there's any tie to Kohberger with that. And then I also think that somehow FOIAs need to be issued from Pennsylvania or to Pennsylvania to release the information in the Kohberger case. I don't know that anybody's ever done that.
You're talking about the grant. Was that about that one young woman who went missing? And they were looking for her.
Found her dead. No, they found her dead.
Right, they found her. But
Yeah.
That ever solved, Sergeant Friday?
Pardon me?
Was it ever solved?
I don't know. But I do know his parents were brought to be in front of a grand jury about it. That doesn't mean it's got anything to do with Bryan, but I'm curious if it did, and I think it was a federal grand jury. Somehow the feds were involved out there. And also with all the subpoenas that came through his case, someone said that that the Fed involvement was looking at the victims over some kind of extortion. But I'm not sure what the Fed's involvement was with subpoenas being issued in Moscow connected to Kohberger's case. Was it a separate case with some of the victims? Was it directly related to Bryan? It's very strange.
It really is. That's never been. I mean, I remember the first time that came out, like in a footnote. It was almost like, oh, by the way, Massoff had signed something, filed it in 23 before a judge, and referred to a federal grand jury. I was like, a federal grand jury? What the hell? What are you talking about, Willis? What federal grand jury? We never heard of a federal grand jury here. So yeah, there are certain, but nothing's ever happened. I mean, we haven't heard him being indicted federally for anything.
Yeah, I don't know. And those questions linger because, I don't often listen to Birdie, but sometimes I speed stream. So I'll bounce through somebody's stream, like they got a half hour, an hour, whatever it is. I just bounce through with my buttons. And he was bringing up compartmentalization, which is a big part of how somebody like Brett Payne can do what he does and be oblivious to what he's doing. I mean, he's being told to do this and do that. He doesn't question why, he just does it.
Yeah, I just
when
and
he
then,
argued that he wrote the PCA, but he was given the information from the other officers around him, right? It was a collection. So here's what I'm saying: he didn't know any of their motives or ideas, or in other words, he didn't know anything. He's just a cog in the fucking system. That's what compartmentalization does to people. You become one part of this process, but you don't know the goals or who's calling the shots or what direction they're leading you in. You just do what the next thing you're told to do, you go do it. And he was pointing that out. And the connection I'm trying to find is there something federally connected to this that comes out of Pennsylvania? See, because the FBI and what's his name? Whitcomb tells us about this, that the FBI stood up a system that he helped create that connects crimes nationwide that seem unrelated.
right.
So they'll find, let's say that my name is in the federal database for a reason, and it should be because I did commit a crime that required the feds to be involved. And so my name and number was in there. Now, if my name and number comes up in a different investigation across the country, they come forward and see if these two have any relation. You understand? In other words, the feds will come forward. You got my name connected to this, and this was a theft. It wasn't anything. I don't want anybody to think it's got nothing to do with hurting people, women, children, men, nothing like that. It was a crime. It was a monetary crime, and that's why the feds would have had my name and number. Okay, so
Right.
if a similar crime happened across the country, my name and number came up, the feds would then join up with them people and work with them, or at least alert them that he's not unknown to this. It's a known person.
Well,
And in that sense, here's what I'm asking. Did they have Bryan's name and number in their system for some other unrelated issue? And is that why he was given as a tip? Or is the tip solely based on the argument that his DNA matched? You see? Because what Whitcomb is suggesting, and even Turvey is suggesting, is that's how they got his name, not through DNA. The federal tip was a tip. And the explanation of the DNA seems like another lie. Like the footprint on the floor showing the direction of the perpetrator, supporting her fucking statements. A lie.
It totally was. It was in the wrong direction. But did you catch when Lee over at the DA network had talked
Lucy just said it. Lucy just said it.
What'd you say, Lucy?
The database he's talking about is the fusion centers. I thought it started with an A, but okay, call it the fusion centers. But here, you see, there's a way that Bryan Kohberger's name could have been brought to the attention of them without any evidence. Only the fact that his name and phone number were part of a suspect list or a person of interest. The car, the name, Bryan Christopher Kohberger, the phone number associated with him. I don't know. Maybe he's got a new phone number when he moved to Washington, which I think maybe he did, right? So maybe it's completely, maybe there's nothing there. But all I'm suggesting is somehow, some way, if it's not the DNA, then he had some connection to a federal database for something. And it wouldn't be something nice, like he's a fucking choir boy. He was a suspect or suspected in something. And he may have been cleared, but that still wouldn't remove your name from that database. And she's calling it the fusion centers.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think we've not explored enough about the Pennsylvania and the Fed's involvement in this case. The Kohberger name showed up on the 19th. Yeah, according to, isn't that what Brett Payne said?
What Brett Payne said on the...
They had his name on the 29th of November or the 27th of November, from what we now know.
Within 10 days. I mean, not even.
Right.
How long it takes to do to do that type of...
No, it wasn't the IGG. They claim it was the car, but he wasn't a suspect. He was just another name in the list of an owner of an Elantra.
Yeah. But
right?
No, according to Brett Payne, yeah, Lucy's 100% correct. It was at the hearing on the motions to suppress when Taylor had him on the stand. And she said, I still can't understand how you reached my client. I still don't understand it. And he was alleging that at the 19th of December, they were at that Teams meeting, and the feds had said, you might want to look at this guy, Bryan C. Kohberger, over there in Pullman. And so nothing happened, like the Tiango and Whitman turning his car in on the 29th. Oh, no, that didn't count. Nor did the documentation that ISP had that had Kohberger's name clearly on a document dated December 5th. Oh, that's wrong, too. No, it wasn't until the 19th.
Yep. That's what Payne said. But that doesn't, see, this is the argument about compartmentalization for Brett Payne's sake. He was given information and told to do different things, not because he was, even though he's a lead investigator, he still had other people above him telling him what to do. I really think Brett Payne was a patsy in the sense of the writing of a warrant. I think that's because some of these cops had giggle over Brady issues, whichever one says that they're a liar. I don't know which one it is, but one, you know, in that context, and they weren't going to write the warrant because I think they knew themselves that there was no fact in the warrant to support the application at all.
You know what, Sarge, that's crossed my mind too. Brett Payne is a possible patsy, just because he was completely frozen out of anything having to do with the testing of anything, including the sheath by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab.
He was never told Kohberger's DNA was on that sheath.
It was completely Dustin Blacker. And who takes the profile from ISP to Othram? Blacker did. Blacker's name is on every sheet of paper. They had a couple of meetings. You don't have Payne in there. He's not copied. Nothing. It is Blacker and it is Thompson. And they're speaking on behalf of the Moscow Police Department. I find it very odd that they didn't.
And that's how the compartmentalization gets people and agents to do things that they wouldn't normally do if they knew the totality of the data available. They wouldn't have went that way.
Right.
We're seeing this play out in the federal level where you're seeing a lot of agents within the FBI that now know the totality of what they did. Okay. When they literally tried to overthrow the government with Trump. They were doing things and collecting information on the orders of people above them, not knowing. Once they collected or did their job and made the report, the reports were then used. Most of those reports were reinterpreted to fit a narrative that wasn't true. And these agents they didn't have any direct involvement in trying to do this to somebody. But they were part of the process unwittingly. That's why compartmentalization is a bad thing.
So you think that there's a very good shot that he's a patsy as well.
I think it's not simply that I think they took advantage of his newness and his inexperience, and they made him feel like a champion with every new piece of information that he cultivated. And when he started putting shit together based on their direction and their prodding, nobody sat down with him and said that car is Kohberger and make it look that way. That's not what happened here. I think Brett Payne did what Brett Payne did because Brett Payne was given instructions to do things in a way that wasn't that direct. So, yeah, exactly. So he would have plausible deniability. When he was on the stand and asked, did you become aware of Bryan Kohberger's match the DNA on the sheath? He said, I wasn't. No one told me that.
Right.
There's so many, these are the things, folks, that I say when we think instead of conspiralize everything, then you start paying attention to things that are said. Like I said, some things Dylan said, you can hate her all you want. You could be convinced she did the murders, but you got to stop looking at it that way and listen to what they're sharing and see if it fits into what we see. Like, I really think it was Kaylee in that bathroom.
Oh, I do too. I 100% believe what she said when she said that she thought that she heard Kaylee on those steps saying someone's here. As a woman, a young girl like that, you're not going to recognize one voice from the other. I don't believe
even more that also destroys the narrative because that tells you that there was other people in the house. It tells you that because she went down, she ran down the stairs into a bathroom, and then she says, "I heard someone say to her, it's okay, I'm here to help." Who was that? That couldn't have been the person upstairs.
Who does it sound like? I mean, that sounds like.
Well, no. Listen to the time. The timeline she gives us is too concise to be a lie. And it's too concise to mean that the person upstairs, there's no statement, I heard someone else run down the stairs and chase Kaylee. There's none of that.
No.
She went up the stairs. She screamed, "There's someone here." And she ran down the stairs. And the next thing I heard was her in the bathroom whimpering with somebody saying, "It's okay, I'm here to help."
Right.
That tells you there was someone on the second floor, which couldn't be the person she saw on the third floor.
Well, think about this. Does this logically make sense to you any day of the week and twice on Sunday that Maddie is upstairs apparently being attacked, and she would come down and say, there's someone here. What does she do? Run back upstairs, jump into bed next to Maddie to get unalived as well? It makes more sense to me that she continued to run down and ran toward the bathroom to where she's confronted by. But what's Payne doing changing her testimony?
Confronted by what, though? Confronted by what, Kat?
That's not your
Confronted
job.
by the killers that were in Zaina's bedroom. Who confronted her at the end of the hallway? You see, this is what I mean. Why didn't any of these girls run for the front door?
Right. That's what
taking that aside, right? So now we got two young women running through this house, all heading to Zaina's bedroom. Why? When she got down the hallway, did she end up in a bathroom whimpering with somebody telling her it's going to be okay? Where did that person come from if not Zaina's room?
Right.
No, really. I mean, Dylan doesn't say she heard someone chasing Kaylee, just that Kaylee said there's someone here and I heard her run down the stairs.
But and what else doesn't make sense to me? The DoorDash order supposedly was dropped off at what, 4 a.m.? So even if Xana is standing there, they're waiting for her she's got to climb up those steps. She's got to go in because there were fries that were found in that room on a plate, right? And then there were other food materials that were found in the kitchen. So what did she do? Go into her bedroom, begin eating, and I gotta warm this stuff up, and then go out, and then it confronts Kohberger there inside of like a few minutes, and then she runs. She doesn't run to the left, and go out the back, screaming and yelling that a guy's chasing her with a big K-bar, all dressed in black, or run down the steps and out the door. She's running, and I understand people. She's running to her boyfriend, but if her boyfriend's passed out, he's not going to be a heck of a lot of help to her, and you're cornered then.
Wow.
Cornered in that room. You got no escape unless you jump out the window, which is a possibility. But
first, you'd have to throw out everything Dylan says, and I think that's a big mistake by anybody observing the information. Some of what she says is unique to her own statements, not coerced by police. Nobody coerced her to claim Kaylee ran down the stairs. Kaylee was playing with the dog. Kaylee was dancing to music. Nobody coerced that out of her. That's what I've been trying to say to people. Some of what Dylan says is absolutely fluid. It has a fluidity to it that's consistent. There's no blah, 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 blah. The only time she gets blah, 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 blah about Kaylee is when they say they found her upstairs. It couldn't have been her. Right. Then it must have been Xana. But she was so clear on who was running down them stairs.
She said, but I mean, she also, I think that they did coerce her a little bit. I'm going to tell you why. Because we all saw her standing outside of which was stupid. They should have taken her downtown in a room and spoken with her there, not out in the middle of the street. But the fact that they did. And what did she say? She said, "Oh, I didn't see his eyes because Nunez is trying to get an eye color. She didn't see his eyes. How does she see his eyebrows?"
I know. That's all Coke's. It's all Coke's testimony that they pushed into a narrative. Right.
And then Sergeant Friday. Then she's having the second interview of the 13th with, who is it, Mallory? She doesn't mention anything about eyebrows.
No.
You know, they put such pressure on her when he got arrested on the 30th of December. They showed Dylan his picture. Do you she would have been state if she could have identified? She's, I can't identify Kohberger. I can't identify him.
Well, I was saying for the longest time, the eyebrows will arrest him. His nose will set him free.
You want to see some eyebrows? You know, forget about who is it, Amal, whatever his name is on Banfield. Take a look at Sergeant Snyder's eyebrows. You want to see some bushy eyebrows.
But do the eyebrows match the curtains is what I wondered.
Okay. How you doing?
How you doing, Indy? Good to see you. No, I'm doing great. Thank you. Just trying to stave off the apocalypse as long as I can.
Stave it off.
You know, I'm out here. There's a nest of murder Muppets in my yard or by my porch, fighting all kinds of battles, Sarge, I tell you.
Kane, you always look good in the dark. I got to tell you, boy, you're just a handsome man.
You get nicer every time I talk to you, too. You know that?
Well, there you are. Well, I do my best because I do have this. What is it that I lack that I've been working on?
A penis.
Couth. No, I've been
That's
working on my
what it is.
couth. Well, I can rest my chin on my penis. What about you?
Let's just not go there today, sir. I'm going to leave that up.
Well,
to
you
the
bring it up and then you want to run away from it, you little dick peanut.
the rumors are greatly exaggerated.
Well, yeah, I did exaggerate there a bit, but anyway.
So,
There you go with your damn electronics that never work. You're froze. You got some shit-eating grin on your face. Big nose. Jesus Christ, Kane.
my nose is bigger than my brother's nose. I don't know if that means anything.
Well, the nose knows all. Go ahead.
It's Toucan Sam. Steve G called Reverend Turvey a cuck today. What a specific word to use, right? Because I always
listening to me. No, he's been listening to me.
No, sir. Cuck Queens is. Oh, maybe okay. Maybe I'll give you credit. I was taking shots fired because JJ the other day, they said Ray made a big deal about the gay porn. That's one of our other little catchphrases. I don't watch gay porn, sir. And then all of a sudden, that was their big celebration moment. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, I've been calling him cuckold for a long time, and recently even more so. Both him and Ray.
I'll allow it, sir. Every person has to have something to live for.
Listen, I don't object to gay porn. You can watch whatever you want. It's none of my business. I honestly think what people do in their own privacy, their own home.
Hey, listen,
and I have no judgment one way or the. I mean, someone on here is telling you to kiss me where I pee.
Kiss me where I pee. I love you.
And I think it's a dude because if you look at the picture that the person uses in their avatar, it's just some stunning woman. Anybody would kiss her where she pees, but I don't think that picture is real. Anyway, go ahead.
I mean, women have it pretty good that way, don't they? Kiss where they pee all the time.
I think this case is a good example of what happens when you're an attractive young blonde. You get catered to rather than questioned.
Well, the thing about it is 75% of the people in true crime are females above the age of 25. But the thing is guys.
55. You're wrong. 55.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to make everybody feel younger, but
yeah, you don't need to do
that. The thing is guys won't call it true crime. They just call it crime. It's like the difference. Like, that's a bingo. We just say bingo. This is Lieutenant Aldo Ryan.
That's a real car. No, that's just a car, honey.
The thing got a Hemi.
True crime.
So, yeah.
Or creators. I love that we're called creators.
Well, they do that because they're mocking God. I literally think that they're just mocking God with that one, right?
Creators? I don't create shit. No, I mean, I just try to interpret what they show me. I don't create nothing. Even some of the statements that I make, off color or whatever, they're not invented by me.
Well, you've come up with a couple creative insults before. I mean, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, I've come up with a few creative ones in my day.
What is this, Kane, that Mr. G has got another insult toward Dr. Brent Turvey? What happened?
For some reason, I kind of came in half-cocked on, whose live was it? Somebody's live today, and they were playing the tape of it, and for some reason called him a cuck. I just thought it was a specific word. It came from somewhere. That's right. And they always do kind of do these reference things like with Hitler, and then I did the AI video of him dancing around in a tutu dress with no shirt on. And the next Monday, he's like, "We got to end this chicanery." First thing he said out of the gate, and they're like, "Oh, okay, there's something." They send messages, and the reason
they watch these streams, they pay attention to the stream, but they may not watch every one out here, but they pay attention. And listen,
well, I'm going to tell you, does watch everyone is Liv or Olivia. I'm sorry.
Earlier on, Steve was at least more honest with himself than he ever been in the presence of the public. He was trying to hold the prosecution to task. They made mistakes and they won't admit to it.
Well, the thing is I thought it was. Sorry, I got to go ahead.
He did, and he left comments and stuff. And then when I started to question the evidence, and especially after change of plea, he's not anymore. I think he maybe about 6 months ago he left a comment, but at the very beginning, I mean, do you guys remember beginning of the case? He seemed to leave the door open. He He wanted to see the evidence. He wanted to be convinced and persuaded, because the Moscow Police Department wasn't really sharing the evidence with them. But it was going to be, and then at some point he just turned. He went to
Right.
Keep
It was like an overnight. But here's the thing, though. He's left a lot of ambiguity, in his, but there's always somebody to insult with Steve, right? Don't you agree? Sorry to cut you off. Did I lose you?
What the hell are you doing, Kane? Why is your image frozen? Can't you unfreeze that and get
So
rid of that
I
shit?
was-
Is he working or is he home?
Did you guys hear me? I'm sorry. I said with Steve G, it seems that whatever side he was on is flexible, but it did kind of change firmly overnight. But however, with Steve G, there is always somebody to insult, right? Somebody's always going to get it.
Steve G has done that because he doesn't want to have any trouble with his wife. She's dead set that all this information is true. She doesn't want to read into it. She doesn't want to hear contradictions. And Steve G is going with this because he has to have peace in his house.
I'm giving that relationship a month or two. They're starting to see some conflict.
Well, the fact I think he's a domineering loser that's been like overbearing on his wife. And
Sure.
that's what I get
I
from him.
don't think the wife is the only one that has had to bear that.
No, I don't think so either.
either.
I think the children have had to put up with it. I think he's a douchebag. Yep.
This last Sergeant Friday, this last interview with Drunk Turkey DT, he really went over. Do you think it's because he's realizing that there is a very strong possibility that Kohberger is not only going to get a trial, but that he may be found as he's always exonerated as he wanted to be way back in the day?
If not exonerated, he knows the prosecution's made big errors in the beginning. He was open about it. He confronted them. If somebody needs to be an alpha male, I'll be the alpha male.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I'm going to say things, and if there's consequences, I'll take the consequences. I paid that bill, right? This jerk off.
Yep.
Ooh, maybe he was talking directly to Bill Thompson.
I don't know who he was directing that at, but something is wrong with this case, and he knows it, and that's what he fears with the Kohberger. It's that. Look at it. Goes back to what I say all the time. I don't know whether he did or didn't do it. I just know the case they presented is so fucked up from the floor up that this kid should be released, and we deserve, unfortunately, because we the people don't do what we're supposed to do. We think that our government's on like fucking remote control. We deserve a murderer to be set free for the simple fact that we don't hold these people to task or account or even make them accountable or check in on them. We deserve something like that, literally.
Sergeant,
I think that's a stretch, Sergeant.
That a case this big and with so many eyes on it for years could be a precedent that you can have these secret behind closed doors prosecution of cases, nothing's questioned, the public is completely shut out. When we're supposed to be the checks and balances system.
Correct. We are the government. You're our representatives. Look, Kane is outside using someone else's Wi-Fi. That's why we have a trouble with the video feed.
Are you working tonight? Is that why you're outside?
I went outside because I took a nap and I woke up. I was going to do a live tonight, and I had taken the couch and everything out to set up for my recording studio. And once I had the couch on, I have to do the AC. Let me see if I can.
Are you working again? Are you back to work?
Every day I'm hustling. So it's a matter of
You're missing something on the top of your head. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's completely gone.
I had no idea that the music
called the frontal
a songwriter until very recently. Did you know that Sergeant Friday? He's a guitarist and he's written songs and he's appeared before an audience of I think 10,000 people came.
Oh, he's familiar with my work. I've written many nursery rhymes about him.
He's talented. He's probably going to make a song about me. It'll probably be a bestseller.
I
wouldn't doubt it.
Here you go, Kane. Why don't you take the Kohberger manifesto and put that to words and then sing?
He just dropped.
Oh, where's Kane? Come on.
He dropped. He's a jack of all trades, master of none.
No. But I think, Sergeant Friday, I'm just seeing, it just seems like the attacks are coming really hard now. against people
Or
who
they're gonna have to they have to rekindle their smear campaign.
they rekindle their smear campaign. Is that what you're seeing this as?
Oh, absolutely. And without a doubt, that's what they're doing. And
Because
Steve is the leader of it. I'd actually asked the court to gag him.
I think Hitler did one time have words with him behind closed doors. We learned about that when one of the behind closed doors hearings was unsealed, that Hitler let him have it, to the effect of, I'm trying to, and you're out there, oh, you can't gag me, all of that stuff. But I thought that he wanted a trial. Did he or did he not attend change of plea, stood outside because he was upset that they weren't, well, okay, here's your trial. But the difference might be that at that time there wasn't a Gonzalez et al. Versus Washington State University. I mean, what does that do? What does that do to his case? I mean, both sides, they're both dependent on Kohberger pled guilty.
Well, I don't know, man. I think the prosecution's in big trouble. If this is going to move forward, whether Hitler goes along with it or not, he still has other avenues to pursue it up the scale.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely true. He's got the right now. He can do that. He can go out to federal. But the thing is, he was arrested at age 27. I mean, Sergeant Friday, those are your formative years, your late 20s, your early 30s. I mean, he's been constantly behind bars since December 30th, 22. It's going to be 4 years since these crimes occurred. If he doesn't get a trial, will be what? Let's just say it's a 3-month trial. That won't happen until 27. I mean, and then he's got to appeal it.
Right.
Hey,
Kane's back for a moment, but I rearranged the screen so some of the guys offended with my comments about baldness can see that I definitely have a full head of hair, and in that respect, I feel like I have the higher moral authority to talk about hair.
Is that you, Sergeant Friday?
Yeah, that was me. I was 44 years old in that picture. So
what a handsome man you were.
About 14. Yeah, I was. She says you were. Kane, did you hear that shit? Were. She just rolled me. Oh my God.
He's a 10. Look with a little finger on the chin. Very much deep in thought.
Thinking. I'm a thinker. That's why I kept my hair. If you think, your hair stays. If you're not a thinker, well, there's nothing to hold your hair down.
Well, they say hair loss is a sign of a gigantic member. Sorry, I kept trying to switch the settings and stuff, and I'm on my phone temporarily here.
That member,
which I'm not used to.
The guy's nose.
Right, like you have you're the last member with the members only jacket club that you have.
I do have. I wish I could buy. I gotta go on eBay now and buy one. I'm gonna get me a members only jacket because I had a whole wardrobe of every color of those jackets.
I'm telling you, you could have been the poster child for the members only club.
I look like a gangster back in the day.
I guess.
Yeah.
But no, I think that a lot. You're calling it a smear campaign. I think a lot of it is to deflect the focus. I mean, none of these big mainstream media news reports that come out, none of them really look at what Kohberger is saying and what the evidence is. That we've just.
No, they never will. Absolutely not. Sure.
Right. Well, he did, Kane. He cited to this brand new Supreme Court ruling. It's fresh. It's June 18th. And it's the miscarriage of justice standard, and it was almost written for this case.
Right. The miscarriage of justice, big time in this case.
Oh, good heavens! I mean, can you think of anything worse?
I mean, a miscarriage, more like a plane wreck or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost feels like Final Destination 3, where you're waiting for everybody to start dropping off that didn't get unalived in the beginning, as Sarge always says. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, Kane, none of these people, Brian Enton or all of the usual suspects, none of them are talking about what he is raising here. That if she intentionally kept information from him and he relied on it and he was coerced, it wasn't willing and voluntary, he's got a shot under Garza and under Hunter. None of them are talking about that. They're going back to, oh,
No.
he's in prison, and he's writing these letters about his bananas, and his mother is putting money in his commissary.
Right.
And look at these pictures of him. It's like, how stupid do they think the public is? We understand.
It's not stupid. It's a time problem that people just, they don't have. They're not gonna be like, oh, some guy hurt a bunch of people. I'm going to sit here and analyze his life and give him the benefit of the doubt. They just trust the police.
So what do you think? Do you think though, Kane, that at some point, I mean, if at some point the facts are the facts. The facts are the facts as to what happened here. That you're going to have more people out there that have normally consumed mainstream media nonsense to say to them, hey, wait a second here. This crime scene looks like, we looked at the crime scene tonight, means in Sergeant Friday on Lee's show. I hadn't looked at the body cam footage in, I don't know, months, and it is Sergeant Friday. What about the disappearing pee pads and the things?
Disappearing what?
Huh? Now we got a pee pad gate. We got to start. We had canine gate, we had Dateline gate. Now we got to do pee pad gate.
She means like depends, Sarge.
Knee pad. I thought she said knee pad. I'm thinking, what is she talking about? Knee pad.
No, I'm talking about the high knees. I'm talking about
I thought you saw what Kane was wearing for his nightly workout.
Oh, God. It's like the things that moved around in that crime scene before ISP even got there to do any of their photographs. And then I love what you said, Sergeant Friday. Is it just on the second floor? Could something have been disturbed on the third floor? And specifically the sheath, could it have been disturbed? We've heard that. We've heard it was on the bed. Oh, no, it was on the floor. Oh, no, it was on Maddie's left side. Oh, it was on Maddie's right side. Who found the sheath? You can't even get a straight answer as to who found the sheath.
Right.
According to the chief of police, Dallinger, Payne found the sheath. But if you ask Blacker, who's his partner, he says ISP found the sheath. It's insane.
Yeah, there's never been a more Keystone Cop situation that's been public like this in all of my days.
So
it's off the hook. We lost Kane again. This guy, stop stealing people's internets, Kane. Pay your bill.
Or at least stand by a house that's got strong internet and don't move.
Right. Yeah. I mean, sneak up on a neighbor. Don't peek in the window, for God's sakes.
Don't be a peeping Tom, Kane. Right.
He peeks in a window and it's like one of those real effeminate gay men. They'll get all excited.
Oh, God.
He chases Kane down the road. He won't have to run that far. Kane will get winded and he'll be captured.
You have to keep a little bit of excitement in your life, though, Sarge. I mean, that's the way I think or not.
Whereabouts are you by where you live? Or what are you doing? Stealing internet from Walmart? What are you doing, Kane?
The Walmart window?
I don't even. Are you? I'm busy watching your image. What the hell are you doing
right now?
Yeah,
I just came in to get a flashlight for the. I'm trying to screw. Yep. So I'm doing the air conditioner right now. I'm just sealing it up.
Oh, yeah,
because it's.
I'm sure.
Well,
I'm sure a cop walking by won't think you're trying to break in. Good idea, Kane.
Well, usually the police do come by and do a patrol of our neighborhood. We pay them to do that. So that they'll be like, why is this guy always out at 3 a.m.? But I mean, I literally took a nap. I was going to do a show. I was like, hey, I didn't even get the thumbnail ready yet. And then I was like, yeah, fucking, I'll go chill. You're live. And I'm going to go do Leia. And then my buddy, what's his name? Clint Eastwood's live too also. So I'll make the rounds on that. Do my show tomorrow.
Still alive? Is he still alive? He's got to be like 103.
He is alive. Yeah. Fuck yeah, he's alive. And a badass at that. One of my favorite.
There's the guitars. You got your camera going. We're looking at your crime scene there, and it's yeah.
It's a mess right now. You see, I have so this is the patrol. This is the where the action happens. My computer. Yeah, and so I have. I don't know if you my front camera. Yeah. So I have this is the mixer. It takes up a lot of room, and this is a very tight space.
In a studio apartment. What do you live in?
This is a trailer. I own the trailer. And
so you got like a mobile home? You got a house on wheels?
right, and and the difference is, I didn't know this, is that
Awesome.
with the mobile home, you actually are registered with the DMV as opposed to the housing authority, I guess, wherever.
So if you're drunk and a tornado comes by, you could get a DUI for driving your house.
they would probably find a way to do that here in Florida. But the first year I was here, that window right there is a window. There's, first of all, you would love this house because there is literally no insulation whatsoever. Let me show you. I've got to seal this up. That it was built in the 60s, I guess, and they're really, really cheap. So we accidentally broke. I would never have known, but my buddy was helping me move in, and we oh, how did I'm bleeding for you? Sorry, for fuck's sake. And so we accidentally broke this window. There's somebody here. Get down.
Shoot him.
Shoot him. We broke one of the panes in the window, right? And so I was going to change the pane. I took the whole frame out, and I was going to walk into True Value for $12, get a new pane. But then I broke the other pane. I'm like, oh yeah, I got the other frame. So I made this one fit. But look at this, bro. Where's the open end? There was literally no insulation. I filled it with styrofoam, and I caulked it in there. And so now this side does, but all these walls, and then over here, this window is the one I was showing you originally. It has no insulation. It's a towel.
If Kohberger ever becomes free, we need to keep him away from that trailer park. Put something on. What the hell is wrong with you?
What do you mean? Are you my front camera or back camera?
Look at you, fat bastard.
Oh, I'm
Put
back
something
camera.
on.
I thought if I switched to, I didn't mean to show you my fat rolls. But anyway, so yeah, I thought it was front camera. Why? If I try to switch the camera, it keeps kicking me off. So
Holy
it's like,
shit! Your arms don't even look fucking long enough for you to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, it's AI. I'm really, I'm an AI bot. I didn't tell you.
Kane.
Now, whatever next.
Kane, you got no neck, for fuck's sakes.
No hair. Here's what you don't understand about me, sir. I have a person that lives in the back of my head. You see him? I want good to see you. I can have you. You're correct. Okay.
Holy fuck! Kane. You're a beautiful mess.
A beautiful disaster, sir. But yeah, no. So that's sealed. This is done. The couch is outside. I fixed this keyboard. It's
the couch is out.
Check this out. Yeah, the couch is out right now because I'm doing the recording studio. All this has to go out as soon as I get out.
My television is bigger than your trailer, for fuck's sakes, Kane.
My television is as big as my trailer. This is a big 70-inch right here.
That's nice.
That's the one thing I have. These speakers here are reference monitors. You can't really see them right now. Those are going to fly up here by the man.
I got news, Kane. I was invited to go on to the Custody Queens.
The Cut Queens. That's ironic, isn't it?
No, don't make fun of them.
I make fun of them all the time, but they can take it. That's what I like about them.
Oh, they can.
If you're going to cry about it, then yeah.
Well, I'm partial to Sam. So,
who isn't?
Who isn't? I mean, right?
But I mean, don't tell her. Check this out right here. This is the keyboard. It took me 3-4 years to fix this fucking thing. It's from the 90s or something. It's like one of those Duran keyboards. It's called, look at keyboard, the Psy 85. SY85. How do you like them apples?
Milli Vanilli era.
Exactly. It's got sequencing and all that crap. I'm so excited. I just love the Yamahas. I love the sound of this one. And it took a long time. I got it broken, fixed it. Another one onto my fat rolls. So
for the audience, then there's 143 of you in here now. Just so you know, we're reviewing the life of Kane. It's a segment of the show on the Your Ass Hurts News Network that really tells you how much your ass can hurt.
Sergeant Friday
you walk down the fucking trail of Kane.
Putting together his future studio here so that he can.
He doesn't appreciate the intricacies of what it is, the ABCs of me, Indy, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, listen. I mean, we don't mind where people live. We're not in judgment of anybody. But it's interesting that the inside fucking the behind the scenes life of Kane.
Right. Yeah. This is an angle I don't often show. You want to go? You want to tour of the house?
I don't. It's kind of like if you were homeless and you were showing your box. It's not a problem.
I mean, we're pretty damn close to that. I tell you what. because but we're gonna fight this thing right down to the last.
Kane, you're
Muppet.
not one to give up. We know that about you. Rain or shine, hair
I
or
know.
no shirt, no matter what it is.
It's like I took the 6 donut challenge, and I'm on the 5th donut, and I'm like, oh, damn it, I will get there. But
6 donuts is nothing for a man of your stature.
you're right. I mean, I've learned to stop at 2. You know what I mean? Because 1 is too many and never enough.
I'm a big
So-
apple fritter guy. That to me, because
I love apple
you,
fritters. Yeah.
you really are in your own brain. You're tasting apple and thinking that you're really eating the right thing. You know.
Yeah. But here's the thing about
Unlike
about
Twinkies,
the ice cream with cookies mixed in it and all this stuff. It's like fat people kind of figured that out about 400 years ago. It's like all of a sudden it's the
I
next
know.
big wave with Dairy Queen. All
Listen,
You know how
I
much-
had a friend that weighed. This guy was so big that he had
How
to
big was
buy. Listen, he had to buy cars, these big giant Cadillacs and
like
Oldsmobiles.
marquees and stuff like that. Yeah.
Listen, he had this big over.
That Sergeant Friday, it would go down. It would go down like 8 inches further to the ground when they sat.
Hey,
And
Yes.
worse than that. In order for him to get in the car, he would buy a car and he wouldn't take or drive it. He would have our buddy Herb pick the car up and bring it to his brother's shop, Dave. Dave would remove the seat and move it all the way back into the rear passenger compartment and weld it to the floor so that Ed could get in the car. This guy was so big that no matter where the seat was positioned, he could not get in the car between the back of the seat and the steering wheel. Literally. I'm not making it up.
Sergeant Friday, Kane is like the disappearing sheath. He's gone again.
Well, yeah. But listen, this guy's girlfriend weighed about 85 pounds. It was a circus act. It was the most incredible thing. And she was a cute little thing. And her boyfriend was Ed, the 550-pound monster that couldn't get into a pay. You couldn't take him for a ride somewhere. He wouldn't fit your car, literally. Man,
they make you pay for that now. Like with Kevin Smith, they made him buy a second airplane seat when he was flying it, and he ends up losing like 400
this
pounds.
guy would have
over
to
that.
buy a whole row. And the plane probably would want him in the aisles to balance the fucking cargo.
My dad's from New York, like he's from Syracuse. So, whenever we go out or whatever, he would always have comments about people. That's because a lot of people think New Yorkers are funny. They're not funny. They're miserable. And all they do is rip on people, but it's hilarious. And so
Kathy and chat room, I don't have a leopard thong. Let's be clear.
come on. I'm sure some lady left one over there at some point.
Yvonne Poole made the statement in the chat room. It's like, what's the matter with her? I'm taking my picture off the internet, never to be seen again.
Again, come on, Kane.
Kane.
Hello. Are you here? Hello.
Yeah, well, we have gone nowhere. It's you that keeps going somewhere. And I don't know how you're a big boy. You move fast in the electronic world.
I don't know why I put up with it, Sarge. I don't know why I could just improve everything with a snap of my fingers. Anyway, so yeah, we would be at the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus, right? And these people would come in with 6 popcorns and 20 Cokes, for them. And they would sit down and be like, boy, look at the size of that guy, huh? He must have had an extra car tow to bring him in. And then he's like, that's a man of large carriage, right there. He tried to turn it around right away. But
I got another friend that had that surgery in his stomach. Because he's not quite as big as that. His name is John. Big guy.
Yeah, no, they're actually removing people's stomachs now.
Well, this guy said to me one day, he said, I've got issues with
Thyroid or whatever, right?
Yeah. And I said to him, your thyroid is not your brain. It doesn't tell you to eat 4 whole chickens at once. Okay. So don't give me this bullshit. It's your thyroid, fat man. He's like, you're such an asshole, he said. Then this guy gets his stomach stitch closed. And I said to him, well, I'm glad they operated on your thyroid. He's like, you motherfucker, I'll squash you. I was like, you can't catch me. Then he gets his stomach and he goes on a protein diet. Listen, my friend's got a car shop with 4 full automotive repair bays and an office. Ed is on a protein diet for weeks. He comes in, his stomach burbles. He goes in the bathroom and takes a dump. And it stinks so bad that even with the 4 overhead doors open, you couldn't get away from the stench.
Oh, jeez.
It stuck to everything. It was one of my friends puked. We all ran outside. We wouldn't go near the building for hours. It was just, oh my God.
That is nasty.
Yeah, that's fucked up. So you get your stomach closed, and then they want you to eat pure protein, no carbs. Boy, oh boy.
I mean, if my girlfriend said she wanted to eat pure protein, I'd be all right. Now we're talking.
You got a girlfriend?
I mean, hypothetically, here's the thing, Sarge. I'm trying to get in shape because they keep talking about, oh, we're all going to have AI girlfriends, robot girlfriends. You know, I don't want to be here letting her down. Trying to
They're not
learn a couple.
judgmental, though. That thing, you could program that, though, if you're going to go that route.
Yeah, but we're still talking about women here. Of course, come on. There's going to be some kind of judgment. No, you didn't take out the garbage today, honey. Come on.
You get to program that robot on any way you want, but that would be boring. I mean, as tough as it can be, because you really can't figure out women, it's the challenge that counts.
It's all about the chase. Right?
Well, the chase is interesting. I don't know. If you got to chase them, usually what you catch, you're not really content with. I don't think the chase is really
it's some kind of disease, right?
I like to chase the gold diggers, and then I show them pennies.
Well, that's the nice thing. I've never made a move on a girl ever in my life. I learned that trick early. Not a trick, but just kind of like let them do the thing. And then it drives them nuts that you're not interested in them.
Twiz wants a piece of Lucy is what he wants. He just ain't saying it.
No, he's more interested in blondes.
Oh,
blondes, I think. Like Maddie. Maddie's this type. I
What the hell?
don't know. I mean, who can I say?
I think brunettes are more attractive. They look more
I do
intelligent.
too. I've learned that as time went on.
More intelligent, right?
Black hair, and light skin. Amazing.
The librarian look can be very hot. Yeah, there's lots of things with
This is a family show, sir?
Absolutely not. And we're way beyond Kohberger now. I mean, we've gone over that fucking mountain a long time ago.
Brady, what do you expect?
Since Kane showed up, we all went left. It's fucked up. We went left at Albuquerque, right? I mean,
You have to. I mean, there's not enough room on the sidewalk.
Kane the rabbit hole. Unbelievable. I don't know why you would hate blondes. What's there to hate? A woman is, I mean, I'm not a hater.
I mean, there's something to be said for both, but for some reason, like this, the kind of
I think it fits some people and doesn't.
What do they call them? The salivarian. What are those Italians? Sicilian.
Sicilian. I'm Sicilian.
Yeah, I like the pizza. You know what I mean? It's delicious.
I'm Sicilian, and a Calabre. And
yeah,
English
I mean,
Irish on my mother's side. Yeah.
Put on a couple of hair extensions, we might be talking. Sarge, who knows?
I would tell you to grow a pair of tits, but I think you're past that.
I let the cat out of the bag, didn't I? Huh? That's hilarious. Dude, Florida, it's so freaking hot here, bro. I mean,
well, turn on your air
we went down to Florida. We sat on the beach for a little while.
Air conditioner.
You don't realize that sun is up from 7 a.m. on what would you say, March 17th until May 17th the next year. You know, it doesn't let up at all. It's just murderous.
Anybody ever get a look at what does Twiz look like? Is he a tall, thin dude?
He's a handsome fella. He really the attention is not misdirected. He's got that beard. He's a tall, strapping young fella. He was in the Navy. They really knows how to swab a desk.
Was he on one of our ships that sank?
Yeah, the Ella Fitzgerald.
Yeah. There you go. Fucking Twiz at the helm.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Man, what was that one that sank in Michigan?
I told you what Laura said to me the other night, right?
Can you please charge my battery?
Well, no, that's always kept on the USB port. No, she said, I went and I got my hair cut and I colored my hair and I shaved my beard. So that picture on the screen minus the beard. Okay.
She colored her hair and shaved her beard. That's drastic.
I colored my hair and I shaved my beard, you dickhead.
So
we're hanging out all night and I'm waiting.
Did you get your nails done too?
No. Well, no. But I'm waiting for her to make a comment about it, right? Because my whole look changed immediately.
Yeah, because the girl wants attention, right? I get it, sir.
And so finally, I said to her, "Don't you notice anything?" She goes, "Yeah." I go, "Why didn't you say anything?" She goes, "What's there to say? With $5 hair dye and you shaved your beard." I was like, "You bitch."
See, that shit wouldn't fly in Florida. I had a manager at Cracker Barrel, and he was getting married to this young, beautiful girl, right? And so he went through the whole, no play for Mr. Gray and got the Grecian formula. But he'd be halfway through a shift, and he was the manager, not doing anything, and his hair dye was running down his forehead. You're like, oh, jeez.
What was that one, Rudy Giuliani, that happened to, where he was in some courtroom and the dye's running down the side of his face?
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah. No, Twiz, I just got tired of the beard and I needed a haircut, so I figured I'd get my hair cut and put some of that.
See, that's the thing, Sarge.
It's just for men in my hair for my own
I
sake.
don't know how much longer you have in this YouTube future. Twiz is not a fan of the shaving of the beard. He doesn't take that lightly. So you may want to let
my beard and my hair was all gray, and it was easier to dye the hair and not the beard.
But I mean,
I wasn't about to color my beard, so I just shaved it off. And I don't get one of those thick mountain man beards anyway.
I couldn't get a mountain man beard if I patch on Patch Adams' freaking.
It looks like you lost all your hair. You got eyebrows, eyelashes. You still got that? What's that on the fucking air conditioner? There's your hair. Go point at the air conditioner again.
Where
Did you see it? Put the camera on the air conditioner.
See how sweaty it is? I'm right in front of the air conditioner.
No.
Right no, this is one of your shirts that I got. You remember your
That's your hair. Wear? Look at that. Do you see that, Kathy, on the air? What is that? That's his hair. He puts on a hoodie to hide. He's throwing his hair back.
Becoming Saudi Arabian. That's one of them things. But I'm
how dare you?
Comment that Kane's in Lake Michigan.
This was
Yvonne, I got tired of coloring my hair too. I haven't colored it for years.
This is the girl that I went to Idaho with. This was the only girl that I was ever going to marry. I've talked about her before. She was the heiress to the Ray Kroc, Joan Kroc.
What happened to her?
What the heck?
She got to know me, of course. She went out to college in Boulder, and
well, let me see here if I got. I might have. Well, there's a picture of my kid. She's an adult, and she was an adult in this picture. Let me see. There it is. Well, this is how I know I'm not that bad looking. Wait. How the hell do you do that? There it is. Window. Right there. See? My daughter's a very, very good looking girl. And she's a lawyer. Kane B, add the stage.
Am I on? Is this thing on?
Yes, we see you.
All right, so I'm showing you. Yeah, can you hear me? I'm going to show you some pictures here. One of the few I have left. I lost most of them. Here's me in high school.
I just wanted to, I wasn't a big all caught up in my own looks. I just think I'm an average looking guy, but I think my daughter.
Just to give you an idea of what you're dealing with here, Sarge. This is me in the very front row picture there at my brother's wedding. Right there. Hold on, let me fucking move this stupid flashlight.
You can't see it, Kane. Hold it up closer.
Yep.
I did there, live, love, tooth to toaster.
That's me right there, the first one. Can you see? I can't see what you're seeing, so.
That's a long time ago. You act like you're much, much younger than me, and you're not.
That's the thing. I look younger, and I'm more personable and attractive. Than Grandma Moses, I guess, at this point. See what else I got here.
That's what makes you special.
It really is. It's amazing. The fact that I've made it this far is just very telling. I have to be honest. To perseverance. I call it stick-to-itiveness. That's my term for living here.
Stick-to-itiveness?
Stick-to-itiveness, yes, sir.
I think that's a great term, but I think you stuck to the wrong things, Kane. But
this is the guy who came up with it here. My neighbor, we used to play Madden every night, and then he won the lottery, and he said, "Where would you live on the East Coast if you could buy anywhere?" And then he went to the East Coast, never talked to me again, and started surfing.
Did he get arrested?
I know he won the lottery and fucking bought a big ass house. Let's see here. I have another picture. There's my dad.
He's probably broke. I think 90+% of the lottery winners go bankrupt within 5 years.
Oh yeah, they did. I don't know how much they won, but he already worked hard. He worked at Dan Marino's restaurant, and he had 2 kids. Here's what happened. You want to hear something crazy? I was getting weed from my buddy, right? and Victor had been. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say his name. V had been gone for a very long time, about a year. And somebody kickdoored the guy I was getting weed from with a gun standing out there. It was his, I believe it was his kid. And I looked at him.
Never go broke, but he is broke. Go ahead.
Well, did you hear me? He fucking saw me and was going to take everybody out the stuff or shoot everybody because there was all kinds of mushrooms. And fucking he saw me and ran. He had already beaten the old lady at the door. Okay. And then he saw me and was like, holy shit. He was like 10 years old or 5 years old when I met him. Here's another picture. You can't really see as well. This was when I was really
pimping. It's all glared. But listen,
let's
go back on track again.
Well, no. Let's look at this picture of me.
Let's
look at this great hair. Let's look at this great hair here. This is on the boardwalk in San Diego.
Who had great hair? You're suggesting you had great hair?
Great hair, yes. Up until 29, I had long hair. Right there. You can see for yourself.
Listen, I had a guy back in the day that worked for me. I was running a transmission company for cars.
For transvestites?
Transmission company. But
right, like Amico. Like
I'm sure you're exactly. It was called
Put it in my butthole. Yeah, I got it.
Anyway. This kid Ben came and got a job.
Ben Gay? How long?
And Ben kind of like Birdie, never ever presented himself in public without a baseball cap. And Ben's hair went all the way down his back. He looked like a rock star.
Oh no, and he's one of those straight up bald cap guys.
Fucking A.
Oh shit.
And we only found out because
oh god.
If you guys can see how I am here, imagine me in real life. Excuse me.
Yeah, and nobody would
he was standing there talking and someone said something about his hair, and I go, his hair is bullshit. And I flipped the visor of his head, and his hat flies off, and he's bald as fuck.
No. How dare you? That's hilarious, though.
I mean, shiny bald, like somebody polished his head. Crazy. But from just above his ears back, it was all... The hair was like fucking 15, 16 inches long. It was crazy.
They won't give it up. Here's the thing about those guys, is it strikes them so quickly that they live the rest of their life in denial. You know what I mean?
You want to hear something crazy? So this girl Donna, we used to date on and off all the time.
So Donna.
So she would go up onto Match.com, and I was on different sites, and we would send each other pictures of the person we might be interested in. And every time she sent me a picture, I'd be like, "You're not going to."
That guy looks like me.
No. I go, "You're not going to be into that guy," and she'd say, "Why?" I'd say, "Look at the car behind him. He drives a piece of junk. You're too arrogant for that." Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. She'd meet him. He'd show up in that piece of junk, right? One day she shows me a picture, and some of these guys were like big muscle guys, decent looking men. I said, "You're not gonna like that guy either." She goes, "How the fuck do you know?" I go, "Because if you look at the moldings around the door, he lives in a trailer park." She goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "The moldings are an inch wide around the door. They only do that in manufactured housing. You're not gonna like that guy either." She hangs up on me. Right? About a month goes by, and I see her online, and I go, "How'd your date go?" She goes, "You're a fucking asshole. He lived in the trailer park."
Yeah. It's I always tell the girls though that the place, the condo in New York is too hot right now, and Paris is out of the question. We're gonna have to go to the what do we always call it, the hideout hunter, or whatever. The hideout, yeah, or the what do cops call it though? The stash. Anyway. It's from True Lies with Bill Pullman. So here's the rest of the property here. It's real nice. You see the 1-inch thing. I've been trying to correct the pocket doors here.
Oh, there is another house.
This is a really cool mixer I have right here. It's an effects mixer from back in the. I have about 6 mixers left because people kind of started throwing them away. So I kept all the good ones. I worked at St. Asheville.
Are you mobile yet? Or you got a vehicle? Have you sorted that all out?
No, not negative. It's I'm not going to let a car define me though. That's the really big mixer right there, the Yamaha. But right now I if you want to hear the story, you have 2 seconds. I called the DMV because they suspended my license, and me and Rockford are like, "What the fuck are they suspending?" And I thought it was just because there was an overlap between when the tow yard took my registration and when I called them. And no, she's like, no. There's a matter of $20,000 because you only had bodily injury or you only had personal injury protection and not property damage. I'm like, I had what was required by law, and she's like, so yeah, they have this whole thing. They're Muppets. Uber didn't cover me because they cited me with the accident, and so I'm trying to.
Used to be you could go to a different state and get a license and be fine, but now with computers you can't do that.
I know.
It's crazy.
So yeah, I might have to end up going to.
We'll get one of those battery-powered bikes.
I have this one right here. It's a Trek. It's nice.
You got to pedal it?
Yeah.
And it's no good in the Florida heat, bro. You'll die.
You'll die just standing outside right now. But,
fuck, you'll melt right along the fucking.
At least I don't have to walk. So
yeah, walking's a nightmare. But
this is a nice bike. These used to sell for big bucks.
Pedaling your bike all over town is no good. That's.
Did you see my stomach, Sarge? Hello. So yeah, maybe it was meant to be there.
The bike is a reminder that you just can't ride me.
Well, I used to ride about 50 miles a day with my dog when we were living in La Jolla, but here it is. Yeah, it's a different story. The heat literally killed him, man. It was just.
He has a rabbit. You have a rabbit?
Oh, we have a rabbit? Yeah, they don't even notice you anymore. They're so chill. Did I walk right by him? That's funny.
No. Kiss Me said that in the chat room.
Well, there's a rabbit that does hang out in the yard.
She posted a fake picture of herself on all her avatars.
I'd like to see those.
Yeah, well, she's in the chat room. Just click on her image. You'll see it.
Did you hear about my escapades the other day?
No, I don't know if we got time.
Oh, wow. I'm not going to bring it up if you don't believe it.
It's 1:30 in the morning where I'm at on the East Coast.
Bars are just opening, right?
Yeah. Are you going to a bar, King? Dane?
I don't drink anymore, Serge. I don't mind a drink or two here and there, but I haven't had one in a long time. I haven't had any desire for it.
I haven't either. I drink soda.
What was your drink though? Yeah, I like soda's a treat for me.
I never liked alcohol. I'll tell you the truth. I'd rather smoke weed than have alcohol.
I do enjoy a nice whiskey though, but the problem with whiskey I find with the darker liquors is that they give me sort of a short fuse, and I will start some trouble unnecessarily.
My relationship with alcohol went bad the first few times I engaged with it, and I never did it again. One cost me my chance to lose my virginity early on, the first experience with liquor. So that was strike one. And strike two, I got robbed of the drugs when I was a dealer when I was drunk. And that was strike two. So it affected my sex life and it affected my finances. And that was those were the two strikes. I wasn't willing to try three.
Wow, yeah, I wonder what that third one was then. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I didn't stick around to find out. I stopped drinking it. I mean, it just never a good experience. I'd get drunk. And the 2 times was enough. The 2 times too many, in my opinion. Took me another year before I lost my virginity. And a year of life, and a year longer of life with no sex with a girl. It was crazy.
My first time drinking was at my mom was at work, and my cousin was down. I had lots of girlfriends since I was 15, and they brought a bottle of vodka, like rock gut vodka, and I drank the whole thing. And I was in the bathroom for like 2 days. That was my experience with that. But yeah.
Not me. I was projectile vomiting on my first drunk. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And then dry heaving.
But another time I broke up with this girl, but you would know why I was so upset if you see her. And I tried to drink a full bottle of Southern Comfort.
Kane left the wound buzzed.
I'm sorry. I broke up with this. Did you hear me say what I said about the girl?
Well, we're trying to get away from the adventures of Kane.
Because I'm sorry. I'm so used to doing the purge, where the purge, the first hour or two is the history of the purge, like whenever we talk about.
Right, and that's why I don't tune in for quite some time after your show turns on.
You bide your time on it. That's what
I go and do something else like nap.
That's hilarious. Something productive.
Crazy, man. I got to get my sherbet. I got sherbet set up for tonight, and maybe even some sugar smacks. I'm not sure yet.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Oh, I love sugar smacks.
I only do the Life cereal if I can help it. I really like Life cereal.
That Mikey would eat that shit. Anyway,
he likes it.
Yeah, Mikey likes it. Kane, there's only one thing left, and that was to kick your ass the hell out of here because I know I couldn't shut you up. So, bam. What do you think about that, Kathy?
Just a usual Tuesday early morning with the boys. Sergeant Friday and Kane. I'm just doing some yoga over here, so it doesn't bother me.
Are you doing yoga? Look at that. We inspire exercise talking about Kane's gut.
Yeah, you got to fit it in whenever you can, Sarge. What can I tell you?
Winners never quit and quitters never win.
Never know.
Right? That's nothing half-assed. It's the wisdom of the day. Right?
That
What
is
the
a
hell? She's cute. What the hell? Who else is in here? I get a kick out of Kiss Me in that fake profile pic. It's awesome. I don't know who paints on her eyebrows or the eyelashes.
Kane left the womb.
Kane left the womb drunk. Vodka makes Yvonne Poole happy. I didn't like what alcohol did to me. Those first two experiences, it set my life straight for a course of drugs.
There you go.
No alcohol for me. Give me the drugs, man. What kind of shit is that? I didn't like the loss of control and the I don't know. It's just,
So, Sarge, you won't listen to Kane for his first hour. I mean, he does some marathon. You've done a marathon here this evening, but
well,
I went to bed one night and I
woke
saw
up-
Kane on, and I wake up the next morning, he's still on. You know, he's just
I call that the life of the unemployed. And although I'm not employed anymore by choice, I still can't justify staying on here much longer than the time we've been here, right? And I'm glad you came in. I hung up on Lee, and then it dawned on me I should have said something to Kathy, because I said I'm going to have a stream, but I wanted to directly invite you to the stream. And I wasn't able to, but then you ended up in here anyway. I was like, oh,
I enjoyed your time also on the Devil's Advocate earlier this evening.
I like Lee.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
He thought I was trashing him on my stream. He's like, I was like, no, man. The only thing I discourage is all of these theories of who done it. That just drives me out of my mind.
Well, how can you figure it out, Sarge, without, there's too many pieces. I think they've done it intentionally, but
well, they didn't figure it out, and let's just say they didn't figure it out intentionally, so you could be assured that they didn't put anything out there that's going to help you figure it out, right? I mean, it's like 1 + 1 = 2. When you read their information, it clearly makes no sense, and what would have made sense was ignored, destroyed, or whatever, and you're never going to see it. So,
do you have any theories that what you personally, just hunches, gut feel?
Multiple perpetrators were in that crime scene. Sure. I don't know their motive, and until somebody could identify one of the perpetrators, then there's no guessing motive. Like Kohberger, even if he's involved, there's only one motive I could put at his feet. Okay, and I could see him doing this because I'm on the spectrum myself, and I could see Bryan Kohberger wanting to be around someone that commits a crime to understand the way they think, how they make decisions, how they feel after. I could see Kohberger not being afraid of doing that and not being the criminal himself.
Right.
Could he have dropped somebody off? Could that knife sheath have been his? Could that knife sheath have come from his vehicle? Could that knife? Yeah. I mean, I could envision Kohberger easily being a part of the crime, but not the killer.
I mean, come on. His car would have to have some DNA in it. There would have to be some.
And it lacked DNA because he tore away from the person that came out of that house.
Right.
If that's Kohberger, here's the other thing. I think the cars it's a distraction. I think it has nothing to do with this crime. I think whoever perpetuated this crime had nothing to do with a white car. Any white car, maybe no car. Especially when you see footprints in the backyard leading away in 2 different directions. Then you see all the blood stains in the front leading out of the house. No, to me, I said this before, there was at least 4 people, but I suspect 6 or at least 5. And I think when you look at some of their wounds, they're shallow wounds, an 1/8 inch deep. That's not a wound that happens in a knife fight. When you've got an unarmed person and you're striking them with a knife blade to kill, there's no 1/8 inch deep wound anywhere. If anywhere, it's on you because it ricocheted off your target.
Well, what you had also said earlier this evening made a lot of sense with me, because you said if it's 1 inch, if it's the K-bar that pretty much did the deed to all 4 of these people, there would be transfer. If he's starting from Maddie's blood would be on Kaylee, and then Maddie and Kaylee's blood would be on Xana, and then all 3 would be on Ethan, right? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying it was Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan.
None of that's present in the area that it should be present.
Right.
So let's just say that if you were to examine Kaylee and all of these victims, and to try to look for other victims' blood in a pool of blood from poor Kaylee or Katie or Xana. I mean, the task would be insurmountable, right?
Right.
So, in other words, if you found the weapon, you would expect to find 4 samples, but because there's no weapon, you'd have to. You wouldn't be able to decide that knife was used on all 4 victims. You're going to assume that. But the catch-22 here is that we have evidence of blood in the property, and it's individualized. One crime scene is completely separate from the other crime scene in the same area of the home.
Yeah.
There's a story there.
Right, because there should think about that. Now that's a
Yeah.
great. Think about that. If the crimes, what the story is that the crimes started upstairs. Well, the crime started when he broke the barrier. If we need to be technical, according to the state, but you had the crime scene upstairs. Kaylee and Xan and Maddie's blood should be all over Xana's room if he's
Correct.
using the same knife.
Worse than that, it should be all over the second common area where all the cast-off exists. I think this is what Whitcomb is trying to point out to us.
I think so too.
Look at the crime scene and look at the information that's true. There's no ambiguity in this crime scene.
But what I don't get with Wickham is why is he saying that the hair in Ethan's hand, which Kohberger has talked about in his post-conviction relief, that he's like, oh, that's no big deal. You're missing it. Everything's in the side. Why wouldn't that be a big deal?
I think because he's relying on the report that Cy Ray is relying on, the report that states 1 strand of hair and debris. There is a report that says that about the Ethan's hand. Turvey is stating that the pictures show a contradictive. It's a wad of hair in his hand, not 1 hair. And there's a lot of hair along the bed rail and on the floor, dried into the blood. So Turvey is looking at something that these guys have not seen.
Okay.
That's where I think the discrepancy comes, not in that Turvey's making it up or they're making it up.
So you're referring to Turvey has seen the autopsy photos or whatever, the
Not photos, but the reports. And there's a report out there that
with hair, clumps of hair, and also the clump of hair that we've all seen on the ground in Xana's room by the wall, and then the one that's glued almost, as he said, to the floor. But
those pictures were leaked. Those pictures were kept quiet.
They were. They came out. They came out by accident.
Okay, and that's where Turvey is referring to his data. He saw that before they were accidentally released. He says nothing I share with you hasn't been made public. He didn't say it was made public legally. He's simply saying my information has been public the whole time. That when I came out, anything I've said was public before I said it.
With the exception of the Ethan hand. We haven't seen that.
No, them pictures were released. There is a picture of hair in his hand, a clump of it. Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen.
There's also a picture of the bed frame and the floor in the bedroom. There's actual pictures of his hand and the bed frame and the floor and the wall that have been released, accidentally or illegally. Okay, he's privy to that and was privy to that. I don't think the other guys ever saw it. You follow me?
So you're saying that Turvey saw it all in terms of crime scene. Wickham
Turvey brought it to the attention of Ann Taylor.
Right.
When he saw the bed frame, that's when he said, "Wait a minute," and they said, "We'll talk to you about that later."
I got to find out when he went to that. It's the city room. We've seen photographs of it.
The evidence, where they stored the evidence.
The car is where Kohberger's car, and in the background you see the mattress, you see the bags. They called that the city room. When, to the best of your knowledge, did Turvey go there?
What?
Turvey, he said that he went to the city room. He went and he saw the actual room where the evidence was, and that's where he saw the bed frame. Payne supposedly let him in. When did he go there? Because he's making it sound like it was not far.
In 25.
It was in 25. Okay. Here's I'm just trying to figure out when would he have gone, because he's saying then he said he went to Ann Taylor. He said there's more exculpatory evidence. I saw it with my own eyes, went to the city room, and that's where he saw the bed frame with the hair glued to it, as well as the photographs, right?
Yep.
So that would have been Sarge something 25. How close to change of plea do you reckon, or do you have any thought?
Say that again.
How close to change of plea do you think that Turvey did his little field trip to the Moscow?
I think that the information collected by the plea guy preceded the discovery of Turvey. I think he saw documents that had little to do with Turvey, but then he talked with Turvey. And I think he didn't bring the hair up with Turvey because he'd already understood from what he was exposed to that it was debris with a strand of hair in it, which was what was reported in discovery.
Oh, so you're thinking that
Turvey saw the actual evidence, the actual photos, because he stumbled across the hair and then got exposed to information that Whitcomb had never seen. Whitcomb gives no credence to the hair because of his exposure to the evidence was simply that discovery document.
Right. But he did make a trip. He took a field trip to, they called it the city room at the MPD, and his illustrious escort was Payne. So he's not just looking at photos; he's seeing the freaking bed in person.
He saw the bed, then was shown photos because obviously Ethan was gone at that point.
Right.
So once he saw the bed, they said, "We'll talk to you about that later." All right.
Oh,
And that was as Yvonne is saying in the chat room, that bed frame was required to be secured as evidence by the defense because the prosecution was going to tear the house down and leave it there. Okay, but all of this chaos. So what I'm saying to you is, the difference between these people, the space between them, is what each of them were exposed to at different times. Once Whitcomb started into his book and started reviewing discovery, that's the discovery and the discussion of people surrounding the information available to them is what's in his book.
Okay. Right? Okay. So the story is what I'm trying to think back to what Turvey said. He's saying that he went to Taylor. There's exculpatory evidence here. And it was like it was ignored. Then they went immediately to the plea deal, and the plea deal happened. And Kohberger is saying he knew nothing about any of this.
Right. And then when Whitcomb says nothing about their exclude the hair, he, like Cy Ray, were exposed to the discovery from the state. The coroner's description of a single strand of hair, unidentified hair, not related to Kohberger or the victims, and debris in his hand. But Ann had physical photograph documentation from the coroner's office that showed a clump of hair in Ethan's hand. And that was what Turvey was exposed to, and Whitcomb was not.
Okay. Now, in terms of when Turvey was brought aboard,
I think he's been there for quite a while. I mean, it was
because what Hippler did, we had change of venue. Hippler then put out the pretrial and trial order October 9th, 24. That's when he set the trial date for August, for Dyer for July.
Right.
The expert disclosures needed to be done by, I think it was January, whatever date it was, 21, whatever date we got, that was the date they needed to exchange the expert report, the resume, and that stuff. So Turvey couldn't have been hired for October 9th, I don't think. And then he wrote report, and what got him interested to want to go and see the evidence room months after he's already written his report? Like, why wouldn't he?
Well, no, that was part that was part of the process, I think, or it was a request by the defense to him as an expert.
Okay.
Or somehow he became aware of evidence, or at least material that came out of the home in a storage unit, and he went and he made an appointment to go review that. Maybe it was on his list of things he had to do.
Yeah.
And then when he got there, that's when he found the bed frame covered in hair.
Okay, so that
and he's like, what's this? And the person that was with him from the defense said, "Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later." And that's when he got introduced, I think, more evidence showing hair in Ethan's hand. That's my understanding from listening to his conversations.
Right. And he had already, from his report, had written that he had concerns that there was more than one perpetrator.
Yes.
That
the FBI.
Here's the footprints. Where's the bloody footprints coming out of Xana's bedroom? It's not there. Talked about the dog being.
And that's where Whitcomb gets in it. And who was it? I think Lucy has a hard time with Whitcomb.
Yeah.
I don't know why people don't see that guy as like, he's an amazing person. I mean, if you listen to that guy's story about being in the FBI, about being in special forces, about being all over the globe, being in the CIA, this guy was everything, everywhere, all throughout it. The guy, it's an amazing story. Whether you agree with the actions he took, remember, he did what he was told on a compartmentalized basis. When he was told to go to Ruby Ridge, there was no cell phones. There was nothing.
Well, the
Right.
other thing is, whether or not anybody wants to look at it this way, there wasn't any broken plea. Kohberger wouldn't have filed for post-conviction relief, period. And he did it on the very last day that he could. He cited broken plea in his own. So it thought to file for post-conviction relief. Without that, he's spending the rest of his life in prison, absent some extenuating circumstances, Sarge.
Well, I think the most powerful thing is throw the book in the fucking garbage and just take the fucking timeline as Turby lays it out. I give them exculpatory evidence, and with a very short period of time, they're pushing Kohberger for a plea. During this time, a leak occurs, right? And then the family has to get involved, and he has to be convinced to plead guilty. Now,
and don't forget,
take those events as singular things that mean nothing. It's like a cascade of events that took place.
And then don't forget that's around the time when the video of the DoorDash driver, because we had never known if it was male, we didn't know if it was a female, we didn't know if it was Jack in the Box, we didn't know if it was McDonald's, but somebody from the true crime community got a hold of that body cam of her in Washington saying, I am the DoorDash driver for the Idaho student murders case. I saw Bryan. So that induced, they got that. And that's what got the defense, Taylor, to serve the 24th request for discovery in June upon the state. Now their star witnesses stories all falling apart. So you got that. You got the
star witness though never listen. The star witness never ever claimed she saw Bryan Kohberger. She said that at that desk like that, looking for sympathy from fucking.
I agree. I think it was a story. Right.
They were like, come on, I'm on your team. I was the witness that saw Kohberger. She was doing that to try to save herself from whatever crime she was sitting there for.
I agree. I think that she was
not even debatable when you read her interviews. It's not even a debatable thing. She clearly says that the person she witnessed, she never saw a white car. They claim the white car was behind her. Never saw it. Never saw anybody in a car except a guy with blonde or reddish colored hair and in a dress shirt, and the vehicle was tan. So her statements are unequivocal on, they're signed statements from an interview that by the time she's then shown there arguing, I saw Kohberger, she was there. She was under arrest for something.
That was much later. You're talking, I think, about the Payne interview of her. They had to go and find her. She never came in, Sarge. That's something else.
Well, what else is funny too is they protected DoorDash the whole time through this. Remember, in the beginning, nobody wanted to talk about DoorDash. They have nothing to do with it. We've already concluded. Well, they hadn't concluded that the DoorDash driver wasn't involved. Remember in the very beginning?
Well,
we've contacted the corporation, and their people had nothing to do with what happened in that home.
They excluded quite a few people. All the usual suspects were excluded fairly early in that case. It was pretty much, I think, an outcome oriented. They weren't going to have anyone associated with that university having anything to do with the crime because of what it would have meant.
In comes Kohberger.
In my opinion.
Yeah, they did everything they can to take that. They needed somebody like that to run the fucking parade on it. Kohberger, I think that should be like, Murphy's Law. There should be a Kohberger law, right? That any fucking lie that could be told to destroy you would be referred to as a Kohberger law.
Yeah.
Because I hate even saying whether he was involved or not. The bottom line is that statement shouldn't even be made. Their evidence should show you reasonable. Even if you can question some of it, there should be information that shows him at that house at that time in that neighborhood or something conclusive, and it just isn't there. Well, that's a miscarriage of justice.
Now, maybe in civil preponderance, a lower standard, you could get away with, let's jump here, let's jump there, let's jump there, which the jury believe. But beyond a reasonable doubt is such a high, such a high standard. You need proof. It can't be, it's somebody's opinion, or he might have been, or he's this or that.
In this reflection, listen, when it comes to Hitler was in that courtroom when the prosecution listed everything they did not have. Okay? And he accepted Bryan Kohberger's plea. He should have stopped the proceeding and brought those counselors in back room for talks.
I agree. I think
Okay.
that
I've never seen in my life somebody tell you in 100 different ways they can't connect this individual to the crime. He didn't stalk. There's no electronic communications. There's no connection to him personally around these individuals. There's no connection to his car. Nothing.
yeah,
And
no
I think once that summation was given to Hitler, I'm surprised Hitler didn't interject, in all fairness, because he should have.
yeah, because especially
Listen, here's what happened to me. Look,
we can't place him in the house, and
look, Kathy, I robbed a bank, okay? And they got photographs of me standing in front of a teller window being given money.
right.
Okay. The teller refused to testify. And so what are you left with? Is a photograph of a teller handing a person money. Where's the crime? Where's the crime in that photograph? There isn't one, is there? Unless the person that was involved with me telling them, give me the money, testifies. So this person said, fuck this. I'm not doing this again. This bank gets robbed all the time, and I'm through with sitting in court. I'm not testifying. So they dismissed the charges. And I stood up and said, are you people out of your fucking mind? And I insisted that they maintain my presence in jail and that they let me plead guilty. And the reason I did that was I was all fucked up on drugs. I went from being the dealer to the user. Okay? And so I needed to get off the streets, and that's what I determined to do. I could have broke a window. I could have stole a car. I figured if I robbed the bank, I'd get enough time away from this fucking horrific life I'd entered into to turn it around. That was the whole reason I did it. And they wouldn't convict me. And when I stood up and did that, I said, Your Honor, I did it. How dare you say that you're dismissing this case? My public defender grabbed me and said, Your Honor, I need a minute. He yanked me in another room. He goes, you could spend 7 to 10 years in jail. I go, so be it, dude. You think I did this because I was going to go buy more drugs? You fucking idiot. I did it to get away from what I was. So I went back into the court and the judge said, I don't know what to do, sir. You're saying you're guilty. I have no evidence to support that other than your word. He said, I don't know. And he said, I don't know what I can do. He goes, but here's what I'm going to do to start with. You're going to go to jail if you're there in 72 hours. If you're still there, I'm going to put $1 bail on you. If you're still there in 72 hours, we'll figure something out. And that's how I turned my life around.
Mm-hmm.
72 hours later, I was brought back in. He goes, you're still here. I said, Your Honor. He goes, I get it. He goes,
all right, Sarge, I got to run.
Before you run, let me give you the moral of the story.
Go ahead.
When the court was advised that there was no evidence against the accused, the court should never have accepted the plea. I'm telling you that because I know that from personal experience.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt, is what you're saying.
No, there's no evidence to support the charges. The prosecution can't move forward in convicting me. And the same problem was presented to Judge Hitler when that jerk-off cracker clause did what he did in front of the whole world. He said, I have no evidence on this guy. No. That judge was supposed to not accept that plea. That's all I want to say.
We got part 2 coming up here, Sarge.
I think Hitler's going to correct his mishappen ways.
Mm-hmm.
I hope. All right.
Everybody in chat, good night. Thanks, Sarge. I really enjoyed speaking with you.
All right, we'll bring you up here again.
We'll talk again.
All right.
Good night.
Look at that. Now it's 1:52 a.m. You people are keeping me up all night. Yeah, I do have an interesting life, folks. I mean, from abandonment at birth to being fucking homeless at 14. And then to doing the things I've did, I've had a very colorful life. I don't regret any of it. As a matter of fact, I can promise you this, that as being on the spectrum, I'm probably as close to normal as anybody else you'll see on the spectrum, simply because my life put me in situations where I had to figure out how to get along to go along. And whether, of course I did it wrong by becoming a criminal, but at 14 years old, I don't know, back in, and I'm 60 now. So just think about how long ago that was. Who was going to hire me for a job, right? I'm at work. About time you did something, William. We could have changed it to the water heater. Poor guy. Fucking Rain Man, says William Tardy. You fucking dickhead. Oh my God. So you guys, I mean, my life has been quite an adventure. And I can swear to you that I don't know any other place on earth that would have tolerated and put up and then help somebody like me so that I could turn my life around and become what I am now, a wealthy person. It's just unheard of, except if you live in America. Right? I look at, I don't have any resentments. And I used to have a lot of resentments. I used to hate my step parents. I hate my real parents. I hate my siblings and my family that, I aunts and uncles, and none of them gave me a hand. And I really had a lot of hate and a lot of fucking rage and a lot of resentment towards people that, whether they deserved it or not, did more damage to me than it ever would have done to them. Oh no! Listen, I think the people that need to be really proud of the people that were raised in a good home and given the good advice and cared for and given direction and lived and became an adult that then created their own family, had their own kids. I think people that have done the right thing are very, very admirable. They need more commendation than somebody that came from the hellhole and found the surface. Okay, I'm crawling out of a hole. I guess that's admirable, but I think that people that didn't have to crawl out of a hole and have done the right things, I think that's very, very admirable. I think people like that, like with Kohberger, I'm telling you. I mean, that guy had a family that when he did something wrong, they held him to account. When he stole his sister's phone, they had him arrested. They stuck with him. When he got overweight and got on the drugs, they stuck with him. His family's been with him all along. And I can't even tell you how. I don't know what that feels like. I never will. I don't resent that. But I do envy that to an extent. And as much as when you look at the Kohberger family, and this isn't any reason why I stick up for the kid. I don't stick up for him at all. He could have done it. He could have not have done it. But when you look at the true story of Bryan Kohberger, it's a story that's similar to mine in some ways, with the exception that he had a loving family stand by him. They didn't throw him out in the street at 14. Now, I didn't have any drug problems or anything like that when I was 14. Let's not get confused. I didn't really get into drugs until I was older than that. But I did start selling them at 14. So, I think people that, and I really do, a lot of respect for people that come from a good parents, a good solid home, and did the right thing and played the sports and did their homework and did all, and then get into a decent job or a good career or a good business and make something of themselves. I commend that. That to me is the American dream, in my opinion. Whether you own a 2-bedroom home or a 25-bedroom mansion, right? I think that to me is the America that we should all aspire to enjoy. Where the plurality of the people come from good homes and good parents, and they stick it out and they don't. We've been plagued with divorces and all kinds of shit in my lifetime that even my divorce was unjust. We should have worked it out. We didn't. And that's as much my fault as hers. But no, I have a lot of a lot of respect for people that had the opportunities there and took advantage of them. Not even that's the wrong word. That had the opportunities and went in the direction that they were guided to go. I think that's awesome. I've got my sales rep for my company that did all my advertising. This young girl was just beautiful. Just beautiful. Comes from a great home. Her fiance comes from a great home. Good families, loving brothers and sisters. They had their like anybody, but it's just nice to see families like that, especially from somebody with my background. Just to see that exists, I wish that on everybody, every family out there, all of that. Yeah, you could still end up in jail even when you come from a good home. I'm not saying people can't make mistakes or people can't whatever, but no, I got a lot of respect, at least for the Kohberger family. As far as what you can see from the outside in on what they've shared. I don't have anything but admiration for his mom and dad. I don't think they should, even if this kid did it, I don't think there should be any suffering for the family. That family could have done nothing more with Bryan than they did with Bryan. Literally, what more could they have done for their son? And I think they should be commended for that, regardless of what choices he made in life as he left home. I just can't see any way that you could lay that in. Neither with me. The choices I made once I was on my own were my choices. And I don't think that there should any guilt be laid at the feet of my step parents and my parents. I did for years look at it that way, but as you get older and you look back, wisdom is something you're supposed to gain as you get older. And I can look at the Kohberger family and say, in all sincerity, that is a family that should have earned respect from the public, regardless of what their son did or didn't do. And I don't think many people will look at it like that. I have more respect for them than I do for Steve, by far. Even if their son is the murderer. I see nothing in their history, nothing in Bryan's history that would suggest anything more than loving parents doing the best that they could do. Right? And that's what more can you ask from parents? So that's how we're going to end the stream on a good note. Right? And Kohbergers did the best they could. They've got a couple of daughters that are doing very well, and Bryan, who's on the spectrum, that may have went astray in a most horrific way possible. And I think that's part of the story too that just gets ignored. And the parents are afraid to say anything in defense of their son. I think that's just horrific. These people earn the right to speak out. They earn the right to share their grief. I mean, if Bryan did this, there's no way the parents aren't grieving for the other people that were affected. It wouldn't be selfish. Their grief would be genuine, just based on what you're seeing, how they dealt with their son all those years, right? He didn't leave home until he was 28. So, I mean, they did the best they could do, and things that took place after that are just things that were beyond their control. I got 9 good years, but it took me 51 years to find love, but at least I found it. Well, there you go. There you go. I found love the minute I started to realize that the only true person that can love you is yourself. No one can love you more than yourself. No matter what anybody tells you, no matter what you think in your mind, the only one that can love you as deeply as the deepest love is yourself. And once you realize that and you start doing that for yourself, then life, it becomes much easier. It doesn't, you don't have loneliness. You don't have sadness. Sometimes, since I retired, sometimes I wake up a little irritated and I got to remind myself, I got the best life in the world. Basically. Who's Tony Robbins? That's that talker there, that guy that gives people, what does he do? He gives them life advice. I wouldn't want to give anybody life advice, but just sharing what I've lived through and how I was able to luckily climb out of the hole. But let me just give credit to the people that were there to grab me by the hand and pull me out. I didn't do this by myself. That judge didn't have to let me go into a rehab. The judge didn't have to do that at all. The judge could have thrown me out of his courtroom and let me go back to the devil that I became. But that judge stood up and he allowed things to go forward. I'm not kidding you when I tell you that judge said that there's no evidence to charge you. Yeah, that Tony Robbins motivational. So the judge helped me. And then this guy, Sam, he helped me. First tried to get me a 28-day rehab. And I looked at him, I said, Sam, if I could fix this by spending 28 days in a fucking rehab, well, you think I would have robbed a bank? I mean, I was willing to spend years off the street to try to rehabilitate myself. Now you're giving me an avenue to rehabilitate. 28 days ain't going to cut it. He goes, how long do you think you need? I said, probably about a year. He goes, well, then you only have 3 choices for a rehab. Here's their brochures. Let me know which one you want to go to. And that's what I did. And fortunately, I was able to leave in 9 months. Right? But if it weren't for the counselors there, if it weren't for the alternatives to incarceration program, if it wasn't for the judge, that's what I mean. That's why I love this country. All of these opportunities were offered to me, and I took advantage of them. I drank them like it was my first drink of water. And I did everything that they expected me to do and more. because the opportunity was given. And I think all of us are like that in a sense, right? I think all of us would you know, especially when you're downtrodden, when someone offers you a hand, if you honestly and willingly take that hand to help you, you move on. And I went on and I've done great things in my life. I've provided a facility, actually it's an 8,000 square foot facility for people with addiction. I went on TV and helped raise money, upwards of $50,000 to save the place. I've done some good things with my life. It's amazing that these things, when I was using and when I was downtrodden, you never would have guessed somebody like me would have been the person on TV doing what I was doing to get that money for that place. No, I don't. I did the steps, but I don't participate in the program. The steps help awaken you to a new understanding, but I don't subscribe to a 12-step program with the rigorous needs for meetings and all that other horseshit. I don't want to be in a room full of dangerous people to remind me where I came from. I can do that without visiting that room. So I have a different opinion. I believe in the 12 steps as they were originally designed, not in what modern society has turned them into. I don't buy the meeting a day. That's bullshit. There's so much more to life than that. And I think that the way the system is taught now, if you go back to the founding fathers of the 12-step program, you'll see that they'd go a year between meetings. You'd also know that when people went to meetings, they wore masks or bags over their head to protect their anonymity. Things were different. They actually kept alcohol at a meeting house and they interviewed you. If they didn't think you were ready to change your life, they'd give you some alcohol and kick you out. They didn't want you there. They were. It was a whole different process when this all started. Now that the government's involved, now that the state's involved, now that churches are involved, this program is nothing like it was in the beginning. And it was in the beginning, believe it or not, that 99 out of 100 people were successful. And the reason for that success was, okay, people that know when you surrendered see that you surrendered. You're not doing it to keep yourself out of court. You're not doing it to get back with your wife. You're not doing it to keep your job. You see, today, any reason allows you in the doors. But those people are dangerous to those that are trying to recover. And that's why the recovery rate now is 1 out of 10 at best. Yeah, listen, the facility that I saved is still there and they still host 12-step groups. And I wish them all the luck in the world. But my participation was targeted participation to help me be a better person. Right? And it's worked well for me. I've been now 32 years. I've been without drink or drug. And it's not a struggle. I've sat, okay, with girlfriends or girls that I met were dating. Okay. One girl I ended up dating, find out she's a heroin addict. Yeah. So I've been exposed. It's been in my house. I had more alcohol on my boat than the alcoholics. And the reason for that was that's what boaters do. They drink. And I don't want to begrudge you a drink. And I like to socialize. I'm on a big yacht. That's another thing I've owned in my life. Who'd have thought somebody with my background would have a 32-foot power yacht? Bathroom, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, central heat, central air. Who'd have imagined? Not me. And all the marina people. And then I remember this. I'll never forget this. Some of the big heating and cooling companies and some of the bigger contractors would be at the marinas, right? They were boat owners. And this one guy, man, he had the most stunning wife I'd ever seen in my life. And they'd come on the boat, we'd play cards, and we'd laugh, we'd joke. I'd serve him drinks. I'd be drinking my Coca-Cola or coffee or whatever it was. And he looked at me, he goes, seriously, he goes, why don't you have drinks with us? I says, well, I said, for you in particular, it's probably better that I don't drink. And he goes, what did I do? I said, you see your wife over there? He goes, yeah. I said, if I was drinking, I would do everything in my power to get into her pants. So I don't think you'd like me when I drink. Yeah, that fucking Cy Ray. Cy Ray, I think, is the leaker. My opinion that he's the leaker. And his little tragedy tour is is his way to try to save his own ass. What did Yvonne say? Kiss me could map it. Kiss me, you're still in here? I don't even know, honey. Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. Yum, yum, yum. Oh my God. What did Yvonne say that's so right? Look at, I was going to get out of here, but it's 2:08 a.m. Holy fuck. You people are night owls. There's still 122 of you in here. Are you all insane? My God. New comments. Now, as I said earlier in the stream, I haven't got an email back from them yet, but we've had four emails with the custody queens. I really look forward to going on that show. Man. I know you're there. It's 11 p.m. here in Washington. How is it in Washington? You're at work. You're the nurse at work. How many of you are at work? How many of you are just like, whatever, I ain't got to be up for tomorrow anyway? That's me. And I also made a pledge to myself. I made a pledge to myself when I sold my business that I would no longer operate on man's schedule. I no longer operate on the time that society jumps to. And that's a good thing, right? I go to bed at 3, 4 in the morning, and I wake up around 11. And then I'll take a nap later in the afternoon, or I'll swim. I'm not playing that game anymore, being up. But the only catch-22 to that I found lately is I do need an eye appointment. I think I need laser surgery on one of my eyes because it's pretty damn blurry. I don't even know what to say, but it's pretty damn blurry. So I do need to make an eye appointment, and I keep fucking forgetting to do that. $110, nurse at work. Uh-huh. Yep, no, I used to be a daytime worker, but not really a worker. I used to work 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, 9 months a year. I'm not getting glasses, Twiz. I don't think there's a pair of glasses that would actually, I think they'd make me look ridiculous. And I'm getting older. I'm battling enough with what I look like. I'm not going to add glasses to this mix. I'm going to get me some laser surgery. It's only a few $1,000. And I'm waiting on my dentist. I got two teeth replaced. I don't know what you call them, but not dentures. They're direct, they're individual teeth. And I got 1 or 2 teeth on the other side that I want to get replaced. I think 2. And boy, I'm telling you, my dentist hasn't called me back for 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm going to do the laser surgery. It's come a long way. As long as I qualify for it, I'm going to do the laser surgery on my eyes. I'd rather get back to 2020 or better. Yeah, tooth implants. That's it. Kiss me. Yep, I've got 2 of them on the right side. I'm waiting on the bottom one, the last one. And then on my left side, I need 2 other implants. And they're a couple $1,000 a tooth, but LASIK is the best $5,000 I ever spent. How was your vision before LASIK? That's in its early stages. You're right, William. So, Brandy, what was your vision like before you spent the $5,000? Let's see here. So I just highlighted you. I'd rather look at sometimes the ladies make statements, and they got nice avatars. So I put their shit up on the screen for no reason other than to see the image. Now, implants aren't that expensive, I don't think. A couple $1,000 a tooth, but it's worth it. I think it's worth it. I don't need all my teeth. I've got probably about 5 teeth that are missing. I'm too old to jump on the bed. Might break a hip. Yeah, don't jump on the bed and break a damn hip. So I was asking the guy that spent $5,000. Who said that? This stupid mouse doesn't work. Brandy J. What was your vision like before you got the implants? I'll tell you what, if I pump on the bed. I bet you do there, Kiss Me. Mm-hmm. So, Brandy J, are you still here? I mean, I happily wait for your answer if you're typing out. If you're typing out what your vision was, it blurry? What was the issue with your vision? Nearsighted, farsighted? Well, maybe he's not here anymore, or she. You never know anymore. I thought the Amish person was fucking a chick. That's what they said the last time they were in my stream. They're a woman. I was like, you're a woman. The glasses worked for Clark Kent. Yeah, I don't really look like Clark Kent, in my opinion. Right? You can still pump on the bed. You just can't jump on the bed. See that? What the hell? I'll tell you what. You were 20/40 farsighted. Okay. Was any of your vision blurry? Because that's on one eye. It's. I mean, it's seriously fucking blurry. It's like there's a cloud in front of my eye. I wonder if it's a cataract. I don't know. I have no idea what blurry vision is supposed to look like. Unbelievable. You know what my two favorite fucking parts on a woman are? Boy, oh boy, 30-minute procedure with a Valium. Yeah, I got blurry, so I have something a little different. Yeah, I need to get. I have to call him. I'm going to write it down. Call eye doctor. Yeah, maybe a cataract, right? Yeah, it's cloudy. For sure. I might call Elon Musk and let him put them in electronics in my brain. I won't get that for quite a few years, Twiz. I pay out of pocket. Not a big deal. Otherwise, you got to pay over $12,000 or more before any coverage kicks in, Twiz. It's no picnic in New York. Now, I might be able to, because I no longer have any income from work, and all my income is investment. I may be able to qualify for some discounted medical coverage. I don't know, but I don't like lying or cheating. I don't have a problem paying for it. Yeah, I wonder if I'm getting that in my right eye. Yeah, see, I don't want to do that. I don't like taking advantage. You know, the taxpayers did so much for me. I don't have it in me to lie about how much I have to get something for free. I just can't do it. And the way I feel right now, if you know, I'm healthy, but I'll help you to get Medicare when you're ready. I don't know what age you need to be for Medicare, but it's a few years off for me, to my understanding. I think you have to be 65. Work the government like to see. I can't do that. I just wouldn't do it. I won't do that. Somalis. Nope. Easy fix for a cataract. Is it? My other eye is pretty damn good, although I do need reading glasses even before I got this blurriness. Yeah, 67. So I think it's earlier than that. I think it's 60. That's retirement age, Twist. But I think 65 is when Medicare is given, or Medicaid. In 62, I'm going to take the early Social Security. I'm not going to wait. And if I take the early Social Security, I will have zero bills. Nothing I own has a debt to it. So, yeah, maybe I can, but I'm not disabled or anything. And the way the tax law from the tax bill that Trump got passed, you can earn up to $49,000 in investment income per year and not pay any income tax on it. And I think that's separate from your Social Security. Okay, cool. Yeah, because that's what I need. It is cloudy. You know, that's what I'm. So cataracts aren't anything to be afraid of. Is that what you're saying, Brandy? Because I've been a little concerned that that's going to be something more serious. And, yeah. But can they do a cataract and then still correct with laser vision? I mean, I guess I'm going to have to start Googling this shit. Yeah, I figure I'll budget $5,000 or $6,000 for my eyes. That's not a big deal. Not at all. So let's say I got a cloudy lens. Can they take that out and if my vision still isn't 20/20, can they do laser surgery? Because that would be awesome. What do you think, Brandy? Oh yeah, of course. I don't object to that at all. Well, first things first, but they can. In other words, if they get the cataract out, if I'm still not 20/20 vision, because I'm not going to be, I don't think. Okay, all right. No, not for the cataract. You don't need laser. I agree 100%. But I'm 60 years old. If my vision is 40/40 or 40/80 or whatever, I don't know what the numbers are, but you know what I mean. If it's not 20/20, then I would have the laser surgery corrected back to 20/20, rather than eyeglasses or contacts. But if I did have to do one or the other, I would do contacts. I'd probably do a colored contact because I'm vain, and I would want my hazel eyes to go green. You can get an exam and 2 pairs of eyeglasses for $79.95 at America's Best. Well, as good a deal that is, what I'm going to do is go to the laser people. If they take the cataract out and put lens in your eyes, you need the lens for near and far. Okay. Depends on how corneal thickness is left at for removal. All right, good. Then it's something that's got to be figured out, but it's not catastrophic. So what the hell? And my eyes are clearly good enough that, I can still see these small avatar images and the blonde woman there. Oh boy. Another woman here with the gray, nice gray hair though. And if it's not gray, don't get too mad. Just maybe the cataract caused an eye vision change. Maybe. Just make sure you draw your eyebrows in too. Oh, cool. Thank you, Daniel. That's very reassuring. Let me see. Make sure to draw your eyebrows in too. Listen, Twiz, you little fuck. Oh my God. I'll smack you so hard your beard will grow on your back. What's the matter with you? Fucking Twizzle. I have eyebrows, but they're very light. They're almost blonde. It's kind of weird. I don't know why. Oh my God, Twiz. Just because you're running around getting pedicures and manicures don't mean I'm going to. Are partially due to too much blue light. Where do I get blue light from? Where the hell would the blue light be coming from? Computer monitor? Maybe. But people had cataracts long before, and looking at men. Listen, kiss me where I pee. You never see a man's picture up on my screen. Right? I need to get the same artist that she uses. What do you think, Twiz? Do I need an artist that's as effective, pretty enough, kiss me? Or what? What do you think? Do you think I can get my eyebrows painted on like that? Yeah, she has a Leonardo da Vinci working on her face. Paints it right up perfect. Look at that. I am the artist, and that's me. I don't deny you could be an artist. There's nothing to prove or disprove that. I just don't think that's your picture. She takes cash and credit. Well, I'll tell you what. I got a lot of cash and unlimited credit. Where are you, kiss me? Bring it. Do you need a flight, chartered flight, or would you just, first class in a typical airliner be okay? What the hell? All right, folks. 2:30 in the morning. This 4-hour stream. I feel like Kane. I don't look like Kane. I don't feel like him because I'm big. I just, as far as like, 4 hours of talking, I feel like Kane. How about that? And let me think here. Where did it go? My stream shut off on YouTube for some reason. I think YouTube's tired of me too. YouTube's like, get the fuck out of here. There's still 118 people watching. Check my Discord. I'll have to check my Discord. She's the art. Let me check it, and then we're going to call this one call it a day. Not a night, because this has been going on all day. Let's see here. What do we got? We have... Well, what the hell is that? Uh-huh. Why'd you put all that crazy shit on your face? Got your tongue up on your lip, makes you look like you got one big fat lip. Oh my. And then the horns, you don't need horns. And you're in an SUV, for God's sakes. And you're tall. How did we join Discord? Maybe she's talking to you. I just checked it. Very nice, very attractive. All right. Still slightly different than the image on the screen we see here, but not that far off. She talked back too much, somebody said. All right, folks, listen, thanks for coming in. I don't recommend you share a 4-hour stream. You're not you're 6'4". I can tell you're taller in that image based on how you are in that seat. Sarge is very perceptive. You're really 6'4". That's fucking awesome. Man, I dated a girl that was 5'11", and she would wear 4-inch heels. Okay? And anywhere we went, everybody checked her out. And one night we went to a live concert, some local band that everybody's popular about, and the place was packed. But as she walked into a room, people would move out of the way. And so what I did was I hooped my finger in her belt hoop, and I walked directly behind her where you literally couldn't see me. And as everybody parted to let her through the fucking crowd, right, because they wanted to check her out and look at her ass, the minute she passed them, there was me right behind this girl hanging onto her belt buckle. Kim led the way. Sergeant Friday brought up the rear. Oh, that was fucking awesome. And she's like, why you held my belt loop? Because it's how I get through the crowd. Otherwise, people would have shut me out. My God, 6'4". I don't know that I buy 6'4", but good enough. That's close. Damn, that's awful tall. 5'11" and 4 inches was 6'3". Unreal. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming in. It was fun. It was interesting. It was crazy. And we'll see you again soon.